Ja, det må jeg finne inn. Det skal vi ta kjapt.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will start shortly. Please find your seats.
The internet is a story about community and connection. A global space where we share our knowledge, our joys, and our lives. A space to receive news, services, and perspectives. The internet is where we connect. This is where ideas are shared, business is conducted, memories are preserved, and identities are shaped. A community open to all of us, to build, to form, and to protect. We are all connected. We are the internet. Let's shape our future together. We welcome you to the Internet Governance Forum 2025 in Norway.
Please welcome to the stage Karianne Tung, Minister of Digitalisation and Public Governance.
Excellencies, colleagues, dear delegates and friends. On behalf of the Norwegian government, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to Norway and to this Day Zero at Internet Governance Forum 2025. We are honored to host this important forum, a unique space for global dialogue on how we govern and shape our digital world. Let me begin by congratulating IGF on its anniversary. Since 2006, the forum has served as a vital platform for inclusive and transparent discussions on internet governance. It has brought people together across sectors and across borders to promote a digital future grounded in human rights, sustainability, and cooperation. We are proud to host the 20th gathering in Norway. Hosting the IGF is deeply meaningful to us. We are one of the most digitalized countries in the world. Nearly all Norwegians are online, and digital tools are central to how we work, how we learn, and how we access public services. But digitalization, it is not just about infrastructure or technology. It is about people. We believe the internet must be open, inclusive, and safe for everyone, for the people. That is why values like freedom, participation, and trust are at the heart of our digital policy. And that is also why we strongly believe in the multi-stakeholder cooperation. And Norway is a long-standing supporter of the United Nations and of multilateralism. We see the IGF as a key part of the UN role in promoting responsible, human-centric digital development. Now, more than ever, we need platforms like the IGF, where representatives from governments, parliaments, private companies, international organizations, researchers, civil society, and youth can come together to discuss how to manage the challenges and opportunities of the digital age. Over the next few days, you will address key questions and explore vital topics like artificial intelligence and cybersecurity to digital inclusion, online freedom, and ethics. These are not just technical or political questions. They are questions about our lives and our common future. And to our youth participants, your ideas, your voices, and your leadership is essential. The digital future is yours to shape, and we need your energy, your creativity, and your insights more than ever before. So, dear friends, let us use this IGF to reflect, connect, and collaborate across sectors, across countries, and across generations. Norway is proud to host the IGF 2025. We are ready to contribute and to stand together with you all in building a digital world that works for everyone. Dear friends, welcome to Norway and IGF. Thank you.
Altinn Studio is a digital public good that makes it easy to develop and host digital public services and applications. This secure digital platform is maintained by Digdir and was first launched in 2020. Today, Altinn is used by over 90% of citizens and almost 100% of businesses in Norway. Before Altinn Studio, Norwegian agencies and municipalities had no way to collaborate on creating common digital services, causing fragmentation, lock-in, and suboptimal user experiences. Now digital services can be shared and reused across 357 Norwegian municipalities. Since Altinn Studio is open source and a digital public good, it is easy for the community to contribute. One example is support for right-to-left languages, contributed by the Norwegian Directorate for Education and Training. Altinn Studio is the first in a wave of new solutions maintained and open-sourced by Digdir. These solutions work great together, making a complete set of digital building blocks for the future. DHIS2 is an open-source platform for collecting, managing, analyzing, and sharing data, from population-level statistics to individual records. Developed by the HISP Centre at the University of Oslo, with partners in 23 countries, it began in 1994 as a joint research effort by UIO and the University of the Western Cape in South Africa. Today, DHIS2 is the world's largest health management information system platform, used in 75 countries and impacting 3.2 billion people. From disease surveillance and supply logistics to education programs and beyond, this software helps governments make better decisions, adapt to local needs, respond to crises, and sustain long-term impact. Its open design allows global collaboration and innovation. HISP is now designing tools to help countries respond to climate change and working to ensure that DHIS2 continues its mission, transforming data into information for action. VIPS is a digital public good that helps farmers protect their crops against pests and diseases. By using weather data and field observations as input to mathematical models, it predicts the risk of infection. This digital platform is maintained by the Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy Research, NIBIO, and was first launched in 2001. Today, VIPS is used by farmers all across Europe and in several countries in Africa. Farmers using VIPS spray only when necessary, thereby reducing their application of pesticides and herbicides without reducing the yield. This benefits the farmers, consumers, and the environment. VIPS provides the tools for collecting input data and disseminating pest risk forecasts to advisors and farmers. VIPS is modular and adaptable. The pest prediction engine can be integrated into other decision support systems. Being a digital public good, it supports systems in the EU, Mali, Niger, and Malawi. Looking ahead, more agricultural pests and diseases, as well as new technologies, will be incorporated to make the predictions more precise and relevant. Protecting crops and the environment is what makes VIPS a vital tool for the future. Met Norway Weather API is a digital public good providing free access to reliable 10-day weather forecasts for any location worldwide. Managed by the Norwegian Meteorological Institute since 2007, it offers real-time data for creating custom weather apps. IR, built on this API, is used by about 10 million users each week. Funded by NORAD, Met Norway collaborates with countries like Mozambique, Ethiopia and Malawi to help develop and improve their national weather services using this dataset. It's about ensuring food security. An Ethiopian farmer needs to know the start of the rainy season for sowing, while a fisherman on Lake Malawi needs stable weather to fish. Open and free weather data enables accurate forecasts globally, vital for adapting to climate change. Enhancing weather forecasts in low and middle-income countries underscores the potential of making the API more accessible and empowering local institutions to publish their own data. Publishing data locally will be even more accessible with locally run, AI-based forecast models. Met Norway is proud to provide expertise and open high-quality data to build resilient communities. Please welcome to the stage the Master of Ceremony, Natalie Bridget Becker-Arkovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, esteemed colleagues, first of all, thank you to Minister Tung for that warm introduction. Thank you so much from our host for that wonderfully warm introductory talk. Good morning and welcome to the Internet Governance Forum 2025, right here in beautiful Norway. My name is Natalie and I'm honored to serve as your Master of Ceremonies as we begin a week that will shape the digital future that we are building together. It's a great privilege to welcome all of you, as well as our global guests who are joining from online, our government representatives, civil society, private sector, youth and technical experts from around the world to Norway and to IGF 2025. So let's continue the journey together. This year's theme, Building Digital Governance Together, reflects both our ambition and our responsibility. So let us begin this journey with open minds and a shared purpose. To open this important conversation, it is my pleasure to invite a long-time advocate for multilateralism and digital cooperation, and really to broaden our perspective on digital governance in today's geopolitical climate. I'm pleased to introduce a key voice in international diplomacy and cooperation, Norway's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Espen Barth Eide. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalie. And let me join my dear colleague, Minister Karianne Tung, in welcome you. I'll give you all a warm welcome to Norway and to the Internet Governance Forum 2025. It's the 20th edition of this meeting. It has its roots, as you all know, back in the World Summit on the Information Society, which decided that we need such a multi-stakeholder platform to discuss how we jointly manage, govern the internet, how we make sure that it remains open, inclusive and safe, and how we see this as a global public good, a global common in many ways. It is an incredible story. I think everyone here knows better than most people here and online, because we have very many online followers of this opening event, knows how what began as ARPANET, as a military research project in the US, then in the 80s turned into what we know is Internet. Then came the World Wide Web, and eventually we have grown into see something never ever seen by mankind, in many ways the most important infrastructure of this planet, the most important machine, in quotation marks, that mankind has ever created. And today it is a part of everything. Whether you think of it or not, it is a part of everything. It's the backbone, it's the fundament of almost all the new technologies we speak about. Much of it is in the private sector today and clearly in the future. The cloud is not literally in the clouds. The cloud is data centers, it is fiber optical cables, it's telecommunications companies, it's information management, it is cybersecurity, it's everything. It is such a fundamental platform for our modern lives. And as Minister Tung said, as a fellow Norwegian with her, I cannot really imagine what life was before everything was connected. If somebody showed me a Norwegian coin or paper money, I don't think I would recognize it because I haven't seen one for many years. Apparently they still exist. I haven't seen them. Everything is digital in this country and in so many countries. That makes us more efficient. That opens a host of new opportunities, but of course it also makes us vulnerable, which is also an important element of understanding why we need a solid internet that works, that delivers, that is open, that is safe, and that is inclusive, because it is such an important part of everything else. And it's important in itself and in everything else. We very much believe that this governance initiative needs exactly what this forum provides, a multi-stakeholder approach, because there are so many actors in the private sector, in governments, in academia and in research, in civil society, youth, as we particularly highlight, which will live all their life. I, after all, remember life before the internet. They don't, if you're properly youth. They will live their whole life in an internet-dominated world. And we see these endless opportunities, which is also what Kofi Annan spoke about when he was the Secretary General of the UN when all this was shaped 20 years ago. And I think we still see the endless opportunities to overcome the digital divide, to clearly bring more people into development, modernity, to be more efficient, to be smarter, to optimize, to deal with common challenges in ways that we have not even imagined only a few decades ago. But we also learned about the pitfalls, the challenges, the problems. We also learned about the risk of manipulation, the risk of polarization through social media, obviously the risk of data theft, the risk of threats to our security. And as a foreign minister, I very much see the internet and everything digital also part of how we govern the world as such. I see the same competition for resources, the same competition for technology, the same competition for influence, the same shifts of power that I can see in the more physical world is also definitely represented in the digital world. So all these are themes that we will discuss here. So my main message as I end this welcoming intervention is that this is incredibly high on the agenda, as it should be. We should keep the internet open, inclusive and safe, and we should make sure that we maintain a solid multi-stakeholder participation. This is not something that can be dealt with like people like me, like governments alone. We're way beyond that point. We have to engage with all those actors that in the real physical world are actually defining the future of the internet. I wish you very, very good conversations. I am really happy that they take place here. I should, of course, say that this is the largest UN conference of its kind in Norway, the first in this field, and we are incredibly proud to be hosts. I hope you will find us as good hosts, and we look forward to learning the outcomes of all your deliberations. Thank you for the attention.
Greetings to all forum participants. Today, the multi-stakeholder model is more relevant than ever for countries around the world. 3 years ago, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and we continue to fight and repel enemy attacks every day thanks to the unity and cooperation of the government, civil society, businesses, international partners, donors, and organizations. Even under such extreme conditions, the multi-stakeholder model enables us to keep digitizing the country, launching new services, and achieving ambitious goals. Let me demonstrate the effectiveness of this model using the telecom sector as an example, an area that has faced unprecedented challenges during the war, unlike anything any other country has experienced. A quarter of all fixed networks and thousands of mobile base stations were damaged or destroyed. The enemy's goal, and it remains unchanged, is to disconnect Ukrainians from the world. We've endured thanks to cooperation and our partners. Today, we have over 50,000 Starlink terminals. I want to thank the governments of Poland, Germany, and all our international partners. Starlinks provide connectivity for hospitals, schools, critical infrastructure, and the military. And they deliver the first signal to newly deoccupied territories. Beyond restoring destroyed infrastructure, one of the most difficult challenges for the telecom sector and the entire country has been the blackouts. On November 23, 2022, Russia launched a massive missile strike. For the first time, Ukraine suffered large-scale destruction of its energy grid. 59% of mobile base stations nationwide went offline, and 64% of fixed-line networks were down. No one was prepared for damage on this scale. We regularly met with mobile operators to identify their needs, negotiated with international companies and governments to secure more Starlink terminals, generators, and other vital telecom equipment, and coordinated fuel delivery logistics. Despite the challenges and scale of destruction, the telecom sector is recovering and growing. Over the past 3 years of war, the number of households using XPON technology has doubled. Today, half the population of Ukraine has access to stable internet that can operate for more than 72 hours during power outages. Thanks to XPON's growth, Ukraine ranks first in the world for fixed internet stability for the second year in a row, according to the Digital Quality of Life Index. We are also working to increase the resilience of mobile internet. Today, all mobile base stations can operate for up to 8 hours without power, and all critical infrastructure is equipped with generators and backup power sources. Thanks to the efforts of mobile operators, 98% of the population now has access to stable mobile and fixed internet. At the same time, European integration remains a key priority. We've already taken an important step. Starting January 1st, 2026, Ukraine will join the Roam Like at Home initiative, which applies throughout the EU. This marks the first time the EU has facilitated inclusion in a common mobile area for a country that is not yet a member state. Our current focus also includes restoring networks in deoccupied and heavily damaged areas, and expanding infrastructure to remote regions and along key roads. Several legislative initiatives, true game changers for the sector, are now underway, allowing telecom companies to build infrastructure quickly and efficiently without unnecessary bureaucracy. We're now working on a large subvention project that will encourage operators to bring internet access to even the most remote settlements, and we count on the support of our European partners to make that happen. In June, we received authorization to test direct-to-cell satellite technology. This fall, the service will launch in Ukraine, alongside the United States, Australia, Japan, and New Zealand. It will ensure that Ukrainians remain connected even in the mountains and regions still awaiting reconstruction after Russian attacks. Every citizen will stay connected. This is a powerful example of how the multi-stakeholder model works in practice. Ukraine now has unique experience in maintaining access to digital services during wartime, and we're ready to share that experience with the world.
Thank you to Minister Bart Eide, and thank you to Mr. Fedorov for reminding us what is at stake and also what is possible when technology serves people in times of crises, and of the importance of cooperation and preparedness. And to our next topic, our dependence on satellite and spatial systems. What happens if they fail? To help us understand the hidden systems that support our digital world, and the crucial but often invisible role of geodesy in our modern lives. Please welcome our next speaker, Nicholas Brown, Head of Office at the United Nations Global Geospatial Statistics Center. Nicholas, the stage is yours.
Hi, my name's Nick and I work with the United Nations. I work with people from all around the world on a subject called geodesy. It's the most amazing science that you've probably never heard of. As geodesists, we measure the Earth. We measure the shape of the Earth, its orientation, its gravity field, and how it changes with its speed of rotation. It's important that we continuously measure the Earth because the Earth isn't as stable as it seems. The Earth actually spins like a spinning top, and it wobbles. And as the Earth spins, it also wobbles. Weather and natural hazards like earthquakes cause air, land, water, and ice to move from place to place, which makes the Earth wobble over time. Thanks to geodesy, we can measure this wobble. We can measure the wobbles of our planet over time, and we need to because satellites depend on it. For example, for GPS and internet satellites to help us and provide us with accurate and reliable information, we need to know their exact position at all times with respect to the Earth. So imagine that. Imagine for a moment a world without accurate and reliable satellite information. I want you to imagine a scenario. It's the year 2029, and there's been no significant investment in geodesy ground stations that are measuring the wobble of the Earth. Furthermore, universities and scientific institutions that we've been relying on to perform the critical analysis that guide the satellites over time no longer have the funding or the expertise to perform these functions. So with that in mind, imagine this. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. 7:43 and your alarm didn't wake you up at 7 o'clock when you were meant to wake up. You then turn on your TV and you realise that you can't get a signal and you think that's strange and there's no signal on your phone either. The reason for this is because GPS satellites have stopped working and they were providing precise timing synchronisation information through telephone connections which were allowing you to get that information. By 9:03, you had friends that were due to arrive on a flight, but when GPS and telecommunications satellites stopped working, land, sea and air travel has stopped. The pilots, drivers and captains already en route have had to switch to analogue devices. Messages are trying to be sent via HF radio for vessels to return to port. Tens of thousands of people in the planes are oblivious to the challenges that pilots are having trying to talk to the air traffic control. But passengers soon realise the problems are worse because when they land, they're stuck there. By 10:18, for people driving, they notice that traffic light systems are very erratic or have stopped. This is because traffic light systems, just like mobile phone towers, rely on precise timing information from GPS satellites. Accidents start happening everywhere, but the emergency services can't be notified because mobile phone towers aren't working. Furthermore, the emergency services sector are struggling to reach people because of the lack of central traffic management, route planning, and blocked streets from the chaos. By 11:47, all stock exchanges around the world have stopped operating because the loss of precise timing information from satellites means it's impossible to have trades that are being traded with integrity. By 12:34, there's a panic on the street and a run on the banks as people are trying to withdraw cash. However, automatic teller machines aren't working and banks don't stock enough cash to meet the demand. By 2:02, in a bunker somewhere in Europe, a pilot has lost contact with armed drones that were flying in a test exercise. The failure of secure satellite systems has left soldiers, ships and aircraft cut off from commanders and vulnerable to attack. Without satellites, World leaders are struggling to talk to each other to diffuse global mounting tensions. By 512, when the satellites stop, there are some backup systems that kick in using ground-based clocks and ground-based technology. However, within a few hours, these different ground-based systems don't have the synchronization. So although the timing might work locally, it's not going to work globally. This causes problems that start to occur. Cloud services begin to fail. Internet speeds get slower and slower until finally they stop altogether. Power cuts come next as suppliers are unable to regulate demand. By 11:30, within a day, most countries reliant on satellites for their economies and critical infrastructure announce they're in a state of emergency. And there is no clear way out given the lack of backup options. By 11:58, communications, transport, power and computer systems have all been severely disrupted. Global business has ground to a halt and governments are struggling to cope. Politicians have been warned that food supply chains will soon break down, and now they fear a breakdown in public order. Modern society is powered by satellites. Therefore, modern society is powered by geodesy, but most people have never heard of it. Politicians definitely don't know what it is, and as a result, it's severely under-resourced worldwide. Without geodesy, the accuracy and reliability of satellite services will degrade and ultimately fail. I would like you to take away 3 things from this. Firstly, geodesy is now the most amazing science you have heard of. Secondly, when you return to your countries, find out who's working on geodesy. And thirdly, support these people as best you can. The future of modern society, the internet, and probably your job depends on it. Thank you very much.
We are explorers. It's who we are as a nation, as people. We are surrounded with oceans. We are surrounded with this incredibly harsh environment.
Under extreme conditions, there is a strong push to innovate. If something can successfully operate under the weather conditions, it can operate anywhere.
The digital shift and sustainable growth require cooperation between businesses and across industries.
If you're looking at Norway, it's a unique testing ground for autonomous solutions because we have great variation in seasons. If it works up north in the cold during the winter, it works everywhere.
We have people here that like to test things. We are not afraid.
Our advantage is that we see this as a transition towards green transportation. And it goes all the way through how we utilize the resources, how we collaborate, and how we think about the end user value.
I think Norway is well positioned when it comes to delivering a holistic system that can support full integration into a society.
It's a very, very short distance between the public bodies and the private companies, so collaboration is really easy.
Also, we have a very trust-based society. Norwegian, flat-structured companies, they actually have the ability to change around quickly and seek opportunities when they arise. We have the knowledge and we also have the ability to take some risk.
The government has allowed us to test out solutions that are still not yet prepared for the market.
Meaning that we can test out in real-life applications to a high technology readiness level.
We do not think we should simplify it in the beginning. We think that we should be complex. We drove autonomous vehicles in the winter condition at once. And we brought the vehicles even to Svalbard because we want to make it challenging and difficult and not easy.
Autonomy is not a goal in itself. It's a means to reach another larger goal, the global efforts and the emissions that we need to reduce and the effects on the global environment. And autonomy is a contributor into that.
Working with taking down the silos by connecting the dots, strengthening the dots and multiplying the dots, because we work across all transport modalities.
With that collaborative spirit we have, with all the different actors required to meet new solutions, we have all the potential to be at the forefront and contribute into the futures of tomorrow.
Okay, hope you enjoyed the film. It really sets the tone, I would say. It sets the tone for our next speaker, as research is a very important part in developing new innovations. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for highlighting a risk that we often overlook. And now we move from hidden risks to bold ambitions. To get there, we need research and education and the system around it. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Norway's Minister of Research and Higher Education, Ms. Sigrun Aasland, to share a vision for how Norway is investing in artificial intelligence responsibly and inclusively. A warm round of applause.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, I am so happy to see you here, very proud to be part of this great event and so glad that you could join us here in Norway for the IGF. The digital shift is progressing rapidly, providing unforeseen and quite magnificent opportunities, but also new vulnerabilities. And as policymakers, it is our job to embrace these opportunities, but also to make sure that we use our resources to the benefit of people. And it should never be technology for the sake of technology, always technology for the sake of making people's lives better. And we do have some big tasks ahead of us. Demographic change, resource scarcity, climate and energy transition, geopolitical tensions, and against this backdrop, the accelerating technological shift. My colleague, Minister of Digitalization and Public Governance, Karianne Tung, spoke earlier about digitalization really being about people. And to that end, I want to address 3 lines of work where we work very hard to ensure that both artificial intelligence and the broader digitalization is making people's lives better and that we can manage it responsibly. Let me start with knowledge. Norwegian researchers have worked with AI for many years, as have scientists from the rest of the world. Faced, however, with the extremely rapid developments of this field during the last few years, we saw and recognized that we needed to step up. And so 2 weeks ago, Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre and I announced 1 billion Norwegian kroner of funding for 6 research centers for AI. These centers are powerhouses for cutting-edge AI technology in Norway, from universities, research centers, public sector, and business. They will work on developing and understanding AI as a technology, but also on implementing solutions, on commercializing solutions, and on making them work for the best of society, strengthening research, public sector, and business, and ensuring that we can build a society of trust, of good decision-making, and of opportunities for all using artificial intelligence. And to make use of AI across society, in navigation, in defense, in health services, and in education, we need to also make sure that the education system incorporates the necessary digital competence, and also, more importantly, that we, when using AI, do never forget to use the human intelligence even more. This means building an education system that uses technology right, at the right stages, at the right ages, in the right ways. And we are currently looking into how to adapt our higher education system to face the new realities of AI. In exams, in evaluations, to make use of AI while ensuring true learning and accountability and the integrity of our degrees. We are gearing our education system to embody the future of AI. Our second task is infrastructure. Last week, I had the great pleasure of inaugurating Olivia, Norway's newest, greenest, and most powerful supercomputer. She represents a 17-fold of the Norwegian capacity for computing. She will be used, among other things, for the development and training of advanced language models for Norwegian, Sami, and other European languages. Third, technology needs governance, policy, and international collaboration. And our third task, therefore, is regulation and governance, which needs to happen through international collaboration, as we are embarking on in this important week together. International cooperation is an important aspect of every part of the digitalization efforts. All our national centers for AI, like all great research, are fundamentally internationally oriented with talented people from all over the world involved. And this is why your presence here is so important and highly welcome. I want to wish you great discussions, great collaboration, and look forward to a few days here of mutual learning for the best of our common digital future. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Aasland. As we have heard, digital governance must be collaborative. Very, very important. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce a panel of experts who have traveled here from far and wide to be here today and partake in this very important conversation. For you, our audience, and for you, our global audience, we're so happy to have you here today as well. Now, I'm going to introduce them. Our four experts, and they're going to reflect really on the internet, on why the Internet Governance Forum is central to the effort of collaboration when it comes to digital governance. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Carol Roach, Chair of the IGF MAG. Carol brings decades of experience in public service. Currently, she's the leading global stakeholder engagement chair, or rather, she is leading the global stakeholder engagement as chair of the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Then we have Mr. Hans-Petter Holland, CEO of RIPE NCC, longtime advocate for open internet infrastructure, serves as CEO of RIPE NCC, a key player in managing Europe's internet resources. We also have Mr. Thomas Schneider. He's an ambassador from Switzerland, one of Europe's leading voices on digital diplomacy and multilateral cooperation. Then we have Ms. Elise Lindeberg, CEO of Skyguard, and Elise is the CEO of Skyguard, bringing extensive experience from internet governance, also including her active role in ICANN and a long-standing contribution to digital policy and regulation, all of which we're going to be talking about here today. So please, a warm round of applause as they join us on stage. Thank you so much to our esteemed panel for joining us today. It is great to have you all here, coming from different parts of the world to be part of this conversation, IGF 2025, for our host country, Norway. So without further ado, we'll get straight into it. The panel today is exploring the role of Internet Governance Forum, and we are talking about why it continues to matter. So why is the IGF an important part of global digital governance? Now, I know you've all got 60 seconds to answer, so Carol, you first.
Right, so great question. Digital technology is ever present and it's inescapable. It influences how we live, work, and socially interact with each other. Don't be panicked when we cannot find our phone. It's our connection to family, work, banking, government services, healthcare, and education. As technology continues to advance and become more intricately entwined, the challenges we face also grow more complex. The blurred lines of data privacy, protection, identity, digital rights, and security. The IGF is that open, safe space for dialogue and the development of policies and best practices on global digital governance. It's more than a forum. It is a community and network of stakeholders that have the common interests of a safe, secure, and sustainable digital future. It's why we are still here after 20 years.
Thank you, Carol. Hans-Petter, over to you.
Yeah, the IGF plays a critical role because it brings all stakeholder groups to the same table. Governments, civil society, businesses, academia, and the technical community. In a time of fast-moving technologies and geopolitical shifts, we need more dialogue, not less. At the IPNCC, we see IGF as a space where technical expertise and operational insight can inform global discussions on public policy, regulation, digital trust and infrastructure, and resilience. The decisions made in this space are not abstract. They affect the architecture of the internet. And when all stakeholders are heard, we can avoid fragmentation and ensure the internet remains open, secure, and interoperable. That's what makes IGF not just relevant, but essential.
Hans-Peter, thank you so much. Thomas Schneider, Ambassador, over to you to answer the question.
Yes, thank you and good morning. Basically, much has already been said. If you want to take decisions on how to use digital tools in a way that they benefit all, then you need to have everyone at the table. You need to discuss together, understanding the dependencies of one decision on people that you may not necessarily think of. And the more inclusive such a platform is, the better the decisions, the more balanced. This is why it is necessary, again, to have platforms like the IGF to talk to each other, although we are unfortunately currently living in a time where people think they can take top-down decisions over the heads of others and don't have to integrate their people, not build their decisions on facts. But I think we should not be too impressed by this and just stick to our beliefs and values and continue to have a dialogue and hope that times will change and people will listen to each other's more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Elise Lindeberg, what is your answer to this question?
Thank you, and good morning. And I'm so proud that the IGF is in Norway, just to say that at first. Now, being a participant for IGF for almost 15 years, I've seen how it develops, and more people are diving in, more interests and more perspectives are coming to the stage and to the workshops. It's really great. IGF, is a key part of the global multi-stakeholder community and discussions. It has grown to become that. It is open, it is inclusive. We work on that all the time to keep it open and inclusive. That's very important. And actually, this is about securing, the ongoing dialogue on how internet functions and how it actually can make our lives better. Internet is going to be for the public interest. That's what we're here for. It's going to give us better lives. So internet is the foundational layer of how we govern the society today.
Thank you.
And we then, and just growing challenges that we see. Let's unite to make a change for those.
Elise, thank you so much. These panelists are doing fantastically well in the time frame we have. So our next question, I want to ask you, how do we ensure then, because multi-stakeholder approach and perspective is so important, how do we ensure a balanced multi-stakeholder perspective? Carol.
So stakeholders are those who have a vested interest or concern in something. They may have the ability or the authority to influence or make decisions. Each stakeholder has a different perspective. That is, they have their objectives, and earlier we heard about they're having their own values. So it is important to understand and respect the needs and requirements of each stakeholder. To achieve balance, it is critical to aim for a win-win consensus outcome. This means developing and maintaining an environment that respects diversity and equity, fosters trust, and recognizes, as the case of digital governance, that moving forward together for the common good is a shared common goal.
Thank you, Carol. Hans-Peter, over to you.
So a balanced multi-stakeholder model doesn't happen by accident. It must be cultivated through sustained effort. At the IPNCC, we invest in this model daily. From our bottom-up policy process to our active support for national and regional IGFs across our service region. We also build communities and trust through action. We have signed MOUs and joint declarations with governments and with the ITU to support IP version 6 and routing security, to promote capacity building and multi-stakeholder internet governance. Ensuring balance means providing space, support, and shared responsibility. especially for underrepresented voices. It's crucial to have all stakeholder groups at all levels, local, regional, and global, to achieve a truly balanced perspective.
Thank you so much for that input. Ambassador Schneider.
Thank you. Well, as somebody working for a government, of course, I can assure you that the government per se always takes balanced decision because it's more or less democratically elected. So we don't really need the multi-stakeholder approach because the government is already multi-stakeholder. And of course, that is unfortunately not true. So the more people, the more experience, the more facts you have at the table, that's step one. So these facts need to be there, the impacts need to be heard, the visions and the values of the people need to be heard because there may need to be some dialogue to get a consensus on the values. And then you need mechanisms to hold decision makers, be it from government or be it from industry or elsewhere, accountable. And this is why it is so important to have an inclusive multi-stakeholder forum like the IGF. And last year, we were, some of us in São Paulo, where we agreed on the São Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines, which give some incentives and give some concrete tools how you can actually measure the accountability and transparency of multi-stakeholder processes to balancedness, to inclusivity and elsewhere.
Thank you so much. What is your take on it, Elise?
Well, first of all, it's an effort year after year to keep it open and keep it inclusive and to look at ourselves and see if we get new people in to join the discussion. And of course, you know, it's about regional representation, gender, age, transparency, and also transparency of the system. IGF can be some difficult, you know, to look into and to manage and to maneuver. And hopefully, if we are progressive enough to keep and to let new people in, I think we can have a lot of new and interesting discussions because we have new challenges. So we have to keep it open and to be sure that the workshops that we open up and who can dive in and who can come with their ideas, that we're open for that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this great input. These are such great points that all of you are making that can lead to further discussion, and we're setting such a good foundation for the conversations to follow. Now, I'd like to have a short call of action from you. Once again, 60 seconds to government or the next panel. So, Hans-Petter.
Yeah, to our government colleagues. Digital governance must be built on strong foundations. The foundation is the internet itself. You have a unique responsibility. I'm making this personal now. But also a powerful opportunity to lead through collaboration. Work with the technical community, not only when crises arise, but continuously. Involve us early, invest in capacity building, and defend the legitimacy of multi-stakeholder spaces like the IGF. The internet strength lies in its shared ownership. If we want a digital future that serves all, we must build it together with openness, trust, and cooperation at the core. Together, we shape the future of the internet.
Thank you so much. That's a call to action. Over to you, Ambassador Schneider.
Thank you. Well, as somebody who lives in a country where normally not the government or the parliament have the last word, but the people, because they can vote on anything and say yes or no, my experience is that in most of the cases, the results are better if you have a participatory, not just decision shaping like the IGF, but also in the end decision making mechanisms, because people are forced to take sides, they're forced to be interested, they also know that they will face the consequences. Whatever they ask for, they may actually get it. And I can only encourage all decision makers and government leaders to use the wisdom of the people locally, nationally, internationally, involve them in a discussion, try and come up with balanced solutions. They are more sustainable normally.
Thank you, Ambassador. Elise, in your 60 seconds, what is your call to action?
No, I think that, you know, the multi-stakeholder dialogue, you know, government has a very important role for facilitating and so on, but also now through IGF and other multi-stakeholder dialogue, the government doesn't only have to speak, they can also listen, you know, and get advice. Thomas. And it's a space where policies can be tested, you know, challenged, improved, and IGF can also be used to bringing national experiences from each country and for governments out, you know, in the world, and to share, as we're supposed to do, and we do today, also on stage.
Thank you so much, Elise. I would like to say a huge thank you to our expert panel. Thank you, Hans-Petter. Thank you, Ambassador Snyder. Thank you, Elise. And thank you to you, Carol, as well. We're going to ask you to stay on stage, Carol, but a warm round of applause for our esteemed panel. Thank you so much for your contributions and for setting the tone and the foundation. Thank you. We're now moving to our second panel, where ministers from around the world will reflect on the continued relevance of the multi-stakeholder model. So now I would like to just frame this in a growing geopolitical, or rather growing geopolitical tensions that we see in the world around us, accelerating technological change. We are going to invite government representatives up on stage to engage in a dialogue on the continued relevance of the multi-stakeholder model in global internet governance. So I'm going to introduce them, and then they're going to join us on stage, and I'm going to ask you to give them a warm, rousing applause this morning. And we welcome back on stage our Minister for Digitalization and Public Governance of Norway, Karianne Tung. We have the Minister of Information, Communication, Science and Technology and Innovation from Lesotho, Ntati Morusi. We have the Deputy Minister of Communications from Malaysia, Ms. Ching. And we have Mr. Imagawa, the Vice Ministry for Policy Coordination, Ministry for Internal Affairs and Communication from Japan. Please welcome on stage, and a warm round of applause. And of course, Carol Roach. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, ministers. Ministers, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to be discussing why the multi-stakeholder model remains relevant. This is the topic of this panel, and also more crucial than ever amidst the digital and the geopolitical shifts that we have mentioned. The discussion will start with questions, and we're going to ask for your responses. Starting with you, Minister Tung, I would like to ask, how can governments really ensure that civil society and the technical community are meaningfully included and not merely present?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Norway believes in the multi-stakeholder model because it is important to include every part of society, the civil society, the governments, the business sectors, and the meaning of an open and free internet where every part of society are represented. It's also important to make sure that the actors are gathered together to be able to discuss and meet up in a more and more complex world, and a more and more complex internet as well. And then we believe it's not enough with the multilateral processes. We need the multi-stakeholder model and platforms to meet as well. So it's important for us that we have the civil society and the business sector here as well.
Thank you so much. Then I would like to really look at the question, what is at stake if the IGF as a platform loses political traction and legitimacy among states? Ntati Morusi, Minister of Information, Communication, Science, Technology and Innovation in Lesotho, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I am honored to be speaking here on behalf of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Just as Honorable Minister from Norway said, Lesotho is also committed to the multi-stakeholder model. For us, it is not just a matter of principle. For us, it's a matter of necessity. Inclusive governance ensures that the digital future is not shaped only by the powerful, but through dialogue that reflects realities and the needs of all of us. If the IGF loses political traction, the consequences for small states like Lesotho will be significant. The IGF is one of the few truly inclusive platforms where we can engage global actors on our terms, raising issues such as rural connectivity, digital literacy, cybersecurity, and digital trust. Without it, the risk we run a risk of being sidelined by models that prioritizes commercial or geopolitical power over equity and development. So we have really seen that multi-stakeholder dialogue is important. I would like to give an example of the time when we were going through the elections. It was hard to regulate global social media platforms at the time because the policies often do not reflect national laws. In Lesotho, we face challenges of enforcing fair play during elections, especially during campaign blackouts, when content on these platforms continues unchecked. Some states have actually resorted to closing them out, which is something that we don't really favor. Instead, we look for forums like IGF to foster rights-respecting solutions.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And then thank you also for our esteemed panel for staying within our 3-minute time frame. We truly appreciate that. These are big questions that we are answering, so we really appreciate your meaningful contributions here in the space that we have. And then I would like to go over to Teo Ni Ching, Ms. Ching, Deputy Minister of Communications in Malaysia. Could you also share with us and reflect on the country's approach to the multi-stakeholder model, your country's approach? What is at stake if we lose political support for the IGF? In your 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, for your questions. For Malaysia, a multicultural and developing country committed in building a vibrant digital economy, the multi-stakeholders model is not just a theoretical concept. It is a practical, operational necessity that guides our active actions every day. We believe that this approach is now more crucial than ever to navigate the complexity of digital governance and ensure the progress is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. This directly addresses the question of what is at stake if platforms like IGF lose their legitimacy. From the perspective of nations in the global south, the greatest risk we face is a slide towards a new form of digital colonization, where a handful of powerful states and corporations dictate the rules, standards, and norms for the rest of the world. If inclusive platforms like this lost their standing, we lost the great equalizer, the one arena where the voices of smaller nations can engage on a level playing field with global powers like what we are having here today. So the success of Malaysia's National Digital Blueprint, My Digital, depends on a global environment governed by principle we all had a hand in shaping. And the consequences of a fractured system would be severe. Our local digital economies will struggle to compete, and our digital sovereignty would be fundamentally undermined as well. And therefore, the legitimacy of IGF is not just about its own survival, it is our collective insurance policy against a fragmented internet. It is also our commitment to ensuring that all nations can move from being mere consumers of technology to becoming co-creator of our shared digital future.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ching. Dr. Tukwa Imagawa, Vice Minister for Policy Coordination, may I ask you, in your 3 minutes, what is your reflection on this? What is at stake if we lose political support for the IGF from your country's perspective?
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to express my sincere appreciation to the Government of Norway, the UN IGF Secretariat, and all stakeholders for organizing this remarkable event. I represent MIT Japan in international collaboration and negotiations within the digital domain. Our work centers around 4 key priorities. Number 1, internet governance, including the global AI governance initiatives, such as advancing the Hiroshima AI process. Number 2, digital infrastructure, encompassing 5G mobile networks, subsea cables, data centers, and all photonics networks. Number 3, cybersecurity, with a strong focus on promoting capacity-building programs in developing countries. Number 4, information integrity, addressing challenges such as mis- and disinformation, and the protection of children online. Needless to say, Japan places great importance on the multi-stakeholder approach to the internet governance. The IGF stands as a powerful symbol of this approach in action, demonstrating how inclusive dialogue can shape meaningful outcomes The Global Digital Compact also recognized the IGF as the foremost multi-stakeholder platform for discussion in internet governance. Japan had the honor of hosting the IGF 2023 in Kyoto, which welcomed over 11,000 registered participants from 178 countries and regions. Of these, more than 6,000 attended in person, a significant milestone in the IGF's history. I also had the privilege of participating in the IGF 2024 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where I attended several sessions alongside distinguished guests from the government, industry, academia, civil society, and tech community. These experiences reaffirmed for me to the profound value and effectiveness of the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance. This year is particularly important as we engage in discussions on extending the IGF's mandate in the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review. The current trend towards a fragmented internet, often referred to as the splinternet, poses a serious challenge to the principles of openness and global connectivity.
Thank you, Mr. Iwagawa. Thank you so much for your kind contribution. I apologize for jumping in there, but we will come back to you with the next question as well. So I would just like to also say to Minister Tung that I jumped ahead with the question on how governments can ensure civil society and technical community are meaningfully included. Is there any, that's the question we're going to go to next. Is there anything that you want to add just briefly? What is at stake if the IGF loses political support?
I think it was said in the previous panel that the multi-stakeholder model does not happen by accident. We have to work hard to keep it as a multi-stakeholder model, and we can see that the model is under pressure, and we can see fragmentation, safety issues, but also weak coordination between different global processes that risks weakening the IGF role. So it's important for Norway to work keeping the multi-stakeholder model in the years to come. And I really believe that this model builds trust with different actors that don't have many other platforms to meet up and to discuss together. So we want the multi-stakeholder model to continue, and hosting the IGF here in Norway and in Oslo in 2025, we want to give our contributions to make sure that this to continue.
Thank you so much for your contribution there, Minister. Thank you for your answer. And then on the question, continuing, how can governments ensure that civil society, technical community are meaningfully included and not just merely present? I'm going to go over to you, Ms. Cheng. In the 2 minutes that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the complex challenges of this digital age, from governing AI to ensure online safety, are too large for a single group to solve it alone. Governments can't do it alone, the private sector can't do it alone, and of course the civil society can't do it alone as well. So from Malaysia, to ensure meaningful inclusions, we go beyond just inviting stakeholders to the meeting. It's about building a whole of society ecosystem where they are genuine partners. We do this through several approaches. For example, we want to empower our general public and also civil societies. We set out a portal. It's called sebenarnya.my. Sebenarnya is in my national language. In English, it actually means actually. So it's actually.my, whereby people can go there. It's a fact-checking portal. So since 2017, we have roughly now 2.2 million hits monthly. At the same time, early this year, we also launched IFA. That is our own AI fact-check assistant, available online and also on WhatsApp. So I think in just 5 months, we have responded to over 113,000 user queries. So other than that, at the same time, we also heavily engage with the civil society when we do our law reviews and also come up with the content regulations and guidelines. One of the bills we passed in the Parliament early this year is the Malaysia Media Council Act. And I would proudly say here, more than 90% or at least 85% of content actually come from the civil society itself. We believe this is what we meant meaningful inclusion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ching. And then back to you, Dr. Imagawa. Can we ask you the same question in terms of how can governments really ensure that civil society and the technical community are meaningfully included and not merely present?
Thank you, Chair. Effective internet governance cannot be achieved through a top-down approach alone. So it requires robust multi-stakeholder cooperation, bringing together government, industry, academia, civil society, and the tech community. The multi-stakeholder platform must continue to evolve in response to the changing demands of our time and to foster greater inclusiveness. A notable example is the introduction of Youth Track in last year's IGF, a valuable initiative that strengthens civil society engagement with a special focus on empowering younger participants. I recognize it as an effective framework for promoting the inclusion of civil society across generations. In the field of internet technology, ICANN and IETF have played a pivotal role in establishing governance frameworks that support a free and open internet. In these activities, a wide range of Japanese stakeholders, including researchers, scientists, and engineers, have actively participated. Moreover, those stakeholders are often invited to contribute to the policy-making process within our ministry, such as through study groups or expert panels. By enhancing these interactions, we hope that the civil society and the tech community will continue to play a crucial role in shaping the future of internet governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emagawa. Now, I would like to pose this question to members of our panel. What do you believe are the risks for smaller and less powerful actors if we lose inclusive arenas for dialogue and consensus building? Over to you, Ms. Natati Murusi, the Minister of Information, Communication, Science and Technology.
Thank you again, moderator. I think, first of all, we need to acknowledge that IGF remains one of the few platforms where we collaborate with the most powerful countries, with the biggest players in the industry. And we believe that for smaller and less powerful actors, the loss of inclusive platforms like the IGF is more than symbolic. For us, it is strategic. When decision-making is confined to closed doors, whether in state-dominated or commercially driven spaces, countries like Lesotho will feel left out without influence or even visibility. So inclusive arenas allow us not only to speak, but to be heard. They allow us to learn, to build coalitions, and ensure that rules reflect our contexts on digital inclusion, data governance, cybersecurity, and platform accountability. They are not abstract concerns. They affect everything from resilience of our education system to the integrity of our elections. If we lose this space, we risk a future where governance structures are built without our input, potentially misaligned with our laws, our cultures, and our aspirations. We also risk growing digital divides that are turning into geopolitical rifts. This is why consensus building must remain core to digital governance. Without it, there is no trust, there is no legitimacy, there is no stability, and for nations like ours, there would be no place to stand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. Now, Carol, coming to you. What do you believe are the risks for smaller and less powerful actors if we lose inclusive arenas for dialogue and consensus building?
I think the Honourable Minister wrapped it up, so I'm going to give you a very short answer to that. If we lose inclusive arenas such as the IGF, we fail to meaningfully engage all stakeholders equitably, we run a high risk of failure. Why? When we combine those who we label as small or less powerful, we are speaking of 85% of the world population and nearly 39% of the global GDP. So let's do the math. So we affect the outcomes of the SDGs, the GDC, and the digital future won't be for all.
That's a powerful statement. That is a very powerful statement. Thank you so much for your message. We've been exceptionally good with time, and what I'm going to do is just ask the panel to give a final word. If there's a reflection for you to share that you haven't shared, that you feel you want to say and just add to your message, we're going to give you a minute and a couple of seconds to say that, just to round off. Minister Tung.
Thank you. I believe that digitalization is really the tool we need to solve huge societal challenges, but also to to take part in new possibilities, and the internet is a crucial part of that. And that is why there is no difference really between the digital world and the physical world. So what we want for the physical world, we would also want it for the digital world, to be inclusive, to make sure that everyone can attend, that it's for everyone, that it's not fragmented, that it's safe, and that it's secure. That is really the development that we need in the years to come, to make sure digitalization is a good thing and not a bad thing.
Thank you so much. And then I'm going to go over to you, Minister Marusi.
Thank you very much. My last reflection is that really I feel like we've talked enough. I feel like we've had too many dialogues. I think it's about time we act. We have been to several platforms where we express our aspirations, our needs, with the powerful nations, with the powerful players in the industry. It is time to act. The digital divide is still existing in a big way in our countries. And if we are talking about closing the gap, we really have to be very intentional about it. So my plea is that we should go beyond conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Cheng.
In Malaysia, we definitely do not see the conflict between government leadership and stakeholder participations. We see two sides of the coins, and our experience has shown that while the multi-stakeholders process can be very challenging, can be very, very time-consuming. However, this is definitely more resilient, inclusive, and ultimately delivers more sustainable outcomes. So I think it's very, very important that our collective commitment must be to strengthen this inclusive platform like IGF, ensuring that they remain the premier space for this vital conversation to take place. Let us continue to work together to ensure the internet's future is shaped by the many and for the benefit of all. For the Malaysia perspective, as a representative of the Global South, I think the risks are immense if we lose the inclusive arenas for like the IGF.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cheng. Mr. Imagawa.
Thank you, Chair. To safeguard and advance a free and open internet, I'd like to express again that the multi-stakeholder approach is essential, enabling the collective wisdom of diverse participants to address complex issues. Therefore, I strongly believe that we must not only pursue the extension of this IGF mandate, but also work towards securing its long-term continuity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Carol Roach, Minister.
So, it's a complexity that has many layers. I think it's a whole bag of onions, to tell you the truth. So therefore, no group or state has the complete or exclusive answer. So it's very important that it's a call to action by all.
A call to action by all. Wonderful parting words, a powerful message to, as I said, the government, the panels, the next speakers, those who follow this session, and to our audience and those of us watching online. Powerful call to action. We thank you so much to our panel for your wonderful contributions. Thank you, ministers. We thank you, and a warm round of applause for our wonderful panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. So thank you for setting the foundation for the talks to come in the coming week. We really appreciate those insights and those powerful messages. But before we go, we are going to hear from the minister, or rather the mayor. When you're in the company of ministers, it's the M and then the minister, who knows? Maybe the minister one day, but the mayor for now of Lillestrøm, the city that is proud to host this event. He's standing outside of the second place in the world that was connected to internet in Norway, the research area. So this is a bit of a full circle moment. Without further ado, let's take a look at the film.
Norway was the second country in the world to connect to the internet, and it was in this building here in Lillestrøm, just outside the capital of Norway, Oslo. We still have good and exciting expertise in these areas. That the world community meets both physically and digitally in this arena to discuss the future of the internet makes me proud. As the mayor of Lillestrøm, it's a great honor to welcome the whole world, several thousand participants, to IGF Norway 2025 here in Lillestrøm.
So thank you so much to the Mayor of Lillestrøm, and thank you also to our wonderful panelists who participated in this opening plenary session hosted by, or presented by the host country Norway for IGF 2025. And with that, our official welcome truly comes to a close. Thank you for joining us, our audience here and online. The foundation, as we said, has now been laid for good conversations throughout the week. We hope you will be participating. But the day and the week has only just begun, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to explore this rich and diverse program of sessions, not only today, but for the rest of the week. Come back to this plenary hall. We'd love to see you here. We're going to cover from AI to sustainability to digital inclusion and anti-fraud efforts. Don't forget to visit also the Open Village, which is just outside the hall, where inspiring inspirations and initiatives and innovations are on display for you to take inspiration from. Make sure you drop by the open stage as well, where conversations are continuing throughout the day. Also, if you haven't done so already, remember to download the app and use the IGF app. It'll show you around and show you what's happening. And coming up next in this plenary hall, join us right here at 11:30. We will dive into securing subsea cables. At the same time, in the conference hall, you can explore a dedicated session on digital sustainability. For everything else, which is panels, networking opportunities, please check the IGF 2025 app for latest updates. On behalf of the organizing team and the host country here, Norway, we wish you a rewarding and inspiring and a thought-provoking week of dialogue, of insight and collaboration. Thank you. Let's continue to build digital governance together. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage welcome to the stage the moderator, Giacomo Persi Paoli.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to this session, whether you're following us here in the room or online. We're here today to discuss a topic that is both critical and too often overlooked: the security and resilience of subsea telecommunication cables. This hidden infrastructure carries over 99% of global intercontinental data, silently underpinning every facet of our digital world that we rely on. Yet, despite of their criticality, they remain largely out of sight and too often out of mind. My name is Giacomo Persi Paoli. I'm the head of the Security and Technology Program at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR. And it is an honor to co-host this session in partnership with the government of Norway as part of this year's Internet Governance Forum. Recent incidents, whether accidental or deliberate, have underscored how vulnerable these lifelines, these digital lifelines, truly are. The growing intersection of geopolitical tensions, malicious cyber capabilities, and infrastructure fragility highlights a stark reality. The risks are no longer hypothetical. They're here and they're multiplying. This is why this session aspires to be more than a conversation. It aspires to serve as a call for governments, industry, and the wider multi-stakeholder community to come together and exchange best practices, strengthen cooperation, and build resilience into one of the most vital components of the global digital ecosystem. This session will unfold in two parts. We will begin with a high-level ministerial dialogue offering national perspectives on how countries are approaching the protection of subsea cables. Following that, we will turn to a multi-stakeholder panel of experts who will reflect on the evolving threat landscape and share actionable insights on how to secure subsea cable infrastructure. We're privileged to be joined by an exceptional group of leaders and practitioners from across sectors and regions. Their experience and ideas are vital as we chart a path forward, one that reflects both the complexity of today's challenges and the spirit of international cooperation that forums like IGF are designed to inspire. And now, without further ado, I have the honor of inviting here on stage Minister Kari Antung, Minister of Digitalization and Public Governance of Norway, Jarno Sirjala, Undersecretary of State for International Trade in Finland, Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy of Nigeria, and Liza Pakoska, Minister of Justice and Digital Affairs of Estonia. Please join me in a round of applause in welcoming them on stage. Thank you once again for taking the time to join us to discuss this very important topic today. And I would like to start with you, Minister Tung, and give you the floor and the opportunity to introduce the topic. Please.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here together with you for this important session on the protection of subsea telecommunication cables. And thank you once again for being here. The underwater cables make up the foundation of the global internet infrastructure, enabling people, communities, and businesses to communicate, share, and innovate. The recent years' incidents with damages to subsea infrastructure have reminded us how important it is to increase the resilience of this critical infrastructure. We've seen the incident with the Nord Stream pipeline, damages to subsea cables in the Baltic Sea and in the Red Sea, and once again we see war raging on European soil. As more than 99% of the intercontinental data traffic is carried by subsea communication cables, have raised the awareness that we must better protect this critical infrastructure. Norway has intensified our efforts to increase the security of subsea cables. We are conducting service of subsea cables for detection and prevention of threats. We make use of innovative technologies to monitor the subsea cables, enable detection of threats and incidents, and quick notification and intervention. We are also establishing a close cooperation between the private sector and the civil and defense authorities. This way, we can combine and maximize the knowledge and strength of the civil and private sector and the defense sector in this important work. We have seen the importance of clarifying the roles and responsibilities of owners of subsea cables, civil authorities, and the defense sector. This experience from the Baltic Sea have shown us that such clarifications are needed for swift action when incidents occur. But there's no escaping that submarine cable infrastructure often go across both national borders and international waters. Therefore, it is crucial with both European and international cooperation to identify and implement effective security measures and the necessary regulatory framework. One good example of such cooperation was established in 2024 for the protection of critical subsea infrastructure in the North Sea between the North Sea countries, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, the UK, Denmark, and Norway. In May 2025, a similar cooperation was agreed on for protection of critical subsea infrastructure in the Baltic Sea with Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Germany, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Sweden, EU, and Norway. We need a combination of national, regional, and international cooperation to achieve effective resilience measures and the necessary exchange of information about threats and sharing of best practice. Threats to subsea communication cables are not limited by national borders, so international cooperation is vital for protection of subsea cables, and together we can better advance new and innovative ways of securing these critical cables that the internet is fully depending on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tang, for sharing these opening remarks and also for highlighting, among other things, the importance of cooperation, both between states and governments, but also public-private cooperation as a key enabler for the protection of subsea cables. And now I'd like to give the floor to János Riala, Under Secretary of State for International Trade, Finland. Please.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here, and it's my great pleasure to provide some remarks on behalf of the Government of Finland on protection of subsea telecommunications cables. The fundamental change in our security environment has implications for safety and resilience of our critical digital infrastructure. As recent incidents at the Baltic Sea have demonstrated, we have a clear need to better protect our critical undersea infrastructure. Trust in the digital systems is necessary for a sustainable, inclusive digital future. The security of data and digital infrastructure are key concerns for countries from both a national security and an economic standpoint. The security of digital systems and data increases trust, and trust adds to investments, welfare, and prosperity. Concerning the current threat landscape and our resilience, Finland has a long history of preparedness in all areas of life, including the telecommunication sector. For example, resilience requirements for public communications networks were deemed necessary several decades ago and have been developed over time as technologies and usage needs have changed. Comprehensive telecommunications legislation and extensive resilience requirements covering also submarine cables have been implemented in Finland's national telecommunications legislation. The NIS 2 directive focused on enhancing cybersecurity across the EU was also transposed into national law in April 2025. One of the most important aspects of the telecommunications resilience is solid public-private partnership. Over the years, close cooperation between public authorities and private companies has been established in Finland. I would like to also underline the importance of international cooperations on the security and resilience of submarine cables. International cross-border cooperation plays an important role, for example, in terms of supervision, building new capabilities and preventing disruptions. We encourage also other actors to engage in the international cooperation and partnership building on submarine cable resilience, including the multi-stakeholder community. NATO and EU have increased their resilience, response and deterrence, which help us protect against all incidents, intentional or unintentional. Most recent example of this practical cooperation to protect critical undersea infrastructure, including submarine cables, is the recent Memorandum of Understanding which the Baltic Sea NATO allies and the EU have published in May 2025. Within International Telecommunications Union, ITU, we have endorsed the International Advisory Body Declaration on Submarine Cable Resilience adopted in February 2025 and look forward to engaging in the working groups. Pleased to see the co-chair of the advisory body, Honourable Minister Tijani, taking an active role on these issues. In addition, the EU Action Plan on Cable Security defines 4 objectives to address the challenges in the field of submarine cable resilience and security prevention, detection, response and repair, and deterrence. Finland endorses the actions and objectives defined in the action plan and is committed to them. Also, we are co-signatories of the New York Declaration on Submarine Cable Security. The declaration aims to encourage countries to promote the integrity, security, and accessibility of the submarine cable infrastructure, which is important for the digital economy and a prerequisite for the trusted connectivity. To conclude, our societies are increasingly dependent on reliable and secure digital connections that ensure free flow of information and support growth in the digital economy. Securing critical infrastructure is of primary importance for Finland. This is why we will intensify cooperation with like-minded countries and actors to strengthen the security of submarine cables. A lot of focus has been placed on using new technologies in protecting critical undersea infrastructure. We need a sense of urgency on this. We need to develop well-working mechanisms, the innovative and willing to experiment. With regard to submarine cables, we underline 3 areas with resilience as a priority: adequacy of repair capacity, material preparation, as well as infrastructure monitoring and sensing capabilities. So the momentum on submarine cable security is right now, and it is important to enhance international cooperation on this topic. The multi-stakeholder community should also have a more prominent role on discussions on submarine cable resilience, and I'm grateful for our Norwegian colleagues to place more attention to this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Siriala, for your remarks, for again stressing the importance of cooperation, both between states and within the multi-stakeholder community, but also for bringing to light the importance of trust and security as vehicles towards the resilience of digital information infrastructure. I'd like now to give the floor to Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy of Nigeria. Please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to, of course, be on this stage to contribute to this important conversation. One that is important not just because, of course, we all know that digital economy is now literally the backbone of every economy in the world, but the fact that submarine cables are not just technical assets. These are literally the most important critical infrastructure that we can think of in the world today. And I think when you compare it to many other critical infrastructure, I don't think attention is being given enough to actually how we protect it. And while we may be seeing more attention, I think we have to call out, in particular, the International Telecommunications Union, the ICPC, for the work they've done, but also the renewed focus on mobilizing actors and partnerships and collaboration to drive stronger attention on this cable. When you look at countries all over the world, and I can speak to Nigeria and, of course, a lot of other African countries, a lot of the long-age challenges that we face, we're seeing communications technologies as being one of the fastest ways in which we can address so many of these challenges. Whether you talk about quality education or being able to provide healthcare to literally everyone on our continent and in our countries, we see the role that digital technologies, connected technologies can actually play. We've seen the role of connected technologies in financial inclusion, for instance, which has changed the landscape significantly. I think the most popular ones will be what you have in M-Pesa in East Africa. How many people we've been able to now bring into the financial system because we have connected technologies. It's the same in my country as well, where financial technology solutions are now changing how we do things. And all these solutions will not be possible without the internet. I think the introductory remarks mentioned that 99% of the traffic that is actually carried on the internet is on subsea cables. So we can actually see why this is not just a technical asset. It is an important asset. That not only do we need to protect it, we also need to worry more about the broader resilience of this cable, which is why as a country we're extremely excited to be participating in the international advisory body that ITU is put together. And this advisory body for us is not just another talk shop or opportunity to gather. It's not one where we're just talking about how do we come up with more laws to protect, but how do we also deploy for timely repair? Because sometimes the damages to the cable are not intentional. Natural disaster may also cause the destruction of these cables. How do we ensure that nations can timely come to the point where they can fix this cable? Because just a day or two or three of some of these cables being down can cause significant problems for economies. That's why we're extremely excited to be part of. The second thing that the advisory body it's about that we find extremely useful is also how do we ensure that we can mobilize people to think more of the protocols around and building of frameworks to improve the resilience around, which means in some countries you have only one cable. Can we have opportunity for countries to be connected to more than one cable? Right? This is also part of the framework that can improve the resilience within any country. In many countries, you have these cables. Of course, these cables are not cables that you deal with in silos. We have about 8 subsea cables in Nigeria, nearly all of them. I think all of them actually came through Portugal. And while coming through Portugal, they passes through so many other countries. So this is something that you have to do in collaboration with so many countries. So we're working on not just the repair, we're working also on ensuring that we can increase the resilience by ensuring countries have multiple access to it. We're also working on the diversity. Is there a need to even have more of these cables in the first place, not just the ones we have? Do we need to have more of the cables? And from that advisory body, as a country, we're now being inspired to set up a dedicated desk within our Communications Commission that is responsible for ensuring that the protocol within country is clear, but the clarity within country is also then translated to neighboring countries and partner countries, because you can't do this in silo. And that's one thing we extremely enjoy. The second thing is also the talent and the resources to be able to make these repairs when they happen. We've seen on the African continent a limited amount of ships that can quickly go and be deployed to help with the fixing. And you know, there's a limit to how much investment you can throw at it because it's not something that happens all the time as well. So it has to be an extremely calculated investment. What's the optimal way to do it? This is something we're thinking of. Another is talent. There's a need for talent, ubiquitous talents that can actually also support, whether it's in the maintenance or the repair of subsea cable. That's also something that Nigeria is also prioritizing as well. And by extension to subsea cable, we're then asking difficult questions even around fiber optic network as well, because that's what take the advantage of subsea cable to the people. And we need to think about when we're thinking the sustainability and resilience, we're now saying, can we be thinking of these things in conjunction, not just one in isolation, because one feeds into the other. So we're extremely happy to be part of this, and I think it's something we'll urge other partners to take seriously, that we don't just look at laws only to protect them, but we also look at how do we make them a lot more resilient as well.
Thank you, Mr. Tijani, for also highlighting how resilience is not just about protection, as you just mentioned. There are many other components. There is definitely the part of securing through protection, but there is also a very strong component that relates to redundancy, relates to mitigating and be able to react when incidents do occur. And also, thank you for highlighting how the work conducted under the ITU is helping driving change at the national and regional level, and being a representative of the UN. That's ultimately our best hope, is that through the work of these multilateral bodies, we could actually impact and drive change at the national and regional level. So thank you for sharing your remarks. And last but of course not least, I would like to give the floor now to Liisa Pakosta, the Minister of Justice and Digital Affairs of Estonia. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. It's a great honor for Estonia to participate here. So I have, in a way, a possibility to summarize why we are talking about this topic now. It is the situation that has changed, at least around this region where we physically are now. Let us remember that it was 1884 when the Paris Convention of Undersea Telegraphic Cables was agreed. And this was already then because if the good countries established the undersea connections, there were at the next moment the bad guys who wanted to cut it down. So this is actually the situation where we are just now as well, within the broader geopolitical situation. What we see around this area where we're physically now, that the Russian shadow fleet is cutting down our connections. And it has been underlined several times already here how important these connections are for our people, for our security, for our economies, for our hospitals, for our transport, name only. Estonia is a fully digital state, so all our government services are digital. Attacked by cutting down the undersea communication cables is actually not only a hybrid threat to our country, but it is a very actual threat to our country's services to be actually there for our citizens. So we have seen a dramatic rise of accidents, so-called accidents, during the full-scale war in Ukraine. And I fully agree with my colleague, some of the incidents beforehand have been unintentional. But what we see now is that we see definitely the intentional cut down of the undersea cables. And the only way to handle this is to, I will put it very short, that the good guys from like-minded countries, from like-minded organizations, work together to stop the bad guys who want to take down the security of our people, who want to take down our hospital services, economy, transport, heating system, name only. So this is the actual question we are discussing now. What we can do together in order to beat the bad guys who want to harm us.
Thank you, Mr. Pakosta, for sharing your perspective. And Estonia, in fact, has been a champion of driving digital transformation for many years. So thank you so much for sharing your perspective. We still have a couple of minutes before we wrap up this first part of the panel. So I wanted to give all of you the opportunity, if you wanted to add anything to your remarks or to react to anything that you have heard from your colleagues. This would be a good moment. We do have a couple of minutes left. Please.
Thank you, moderator. I think the panel has shown that we are completely dependent on the submarine cables, our society, our digital society, for healthcare services, education, transport system, and so forth. So being able to work together, both multilateral, but also multi-stakeholder, since many of these cables also are non-governmental and so forth, it's important to bring the different actors together and to discuss how we can make them more resilient, so that we keep connected both to society, but also internationally.
Thank you. Please.
I think the point I'd love to add is that building resiliency into subsea cable shouldn't be half to thought. I think for a long time, this is a cable that we've dumped there, and we've concluded that the risk to them is not severe. And as we're saying, both intentional and unintentional risk to them will become severe. And because of their critical nature, I think resilience should be intentional. It shouldn't be something that is afterthought. And what got me extremely passionate about this as a minister was when the cable cut in the West African region happened last year in March. And I saw firsthand the impact on society because we're all working daily to move literally everything online. And if we're moving everything online, if the backbone to this is at risk, it is a big challenge. And I was surprised at how, of course, we were fortunate, the private sector, because a lot of these cables are owned by private companies. The private sector came together. But as a minister, I didn't have any answer to give to people. And people don't often complain about companies when you have natural disaster. It's the government that they look to for answer. And that's why I think the work of the advisory board, the fact that ITU is prioritizing this, is extremely important. I don't think it's something we should push away. Some countries, some regions have the expertise, the framework, the know-how to be able to address this. You'll be surprised at how many countries and regions in the world have no clue where to start from. So even having things like regional redundancy protocol, I think is something we should mainstream more. We saw the minister talked about the one in the Baltic region, and but there are so many other parts of the world without this understanding. So we should collaborate more, share more, and ensure that collectively we can actually protect this critical infrastructure.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much for underlining this, because this is absolutely essential. We know sea as for ages connecting the whole world, not just regions. That is the fantastic part of sea. And also not only the ferries, but also the undersea cables that we now know as technological possibility. And this is nothing we can do alone, so to protect them. So I think Norway has put it very well and very timely, this topic here on the agenda, because really it is a global issue, although we have some local issues, but in general what we need is a very clear universal set of rules to protect our citizens in all the continents. That is absolutely what we need.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to echo what has been said about the international cooperation and the meaning of that, because we are in a different kind of situations, and there are different lessons there to be shared. And of course, I mean, when we talk about telecommunications or communication cables in general, so that's only part of the issues, what is there lying beneath the waves. And in Finland, so we have for a long time, decades already, we have applied this kind of model of comprehensive security. So these are also things that you have to connect to the other areas. So how to keep the society keeping during a peace or time of peace or during time of crisis, but you have to have a holistic understanding what is it all about.
Thank you very much. As the screens in front of us are suggesting, we have come up to time for this first part of the panel. I would like to sincerely thank you for taking the time to share your experience and expertise with us, with the audience here in the room and online. And I do invite our audience to join me in a round of applause for Minister Tung, Undersecretary Siriala, Minister Tijani, and Minister Pacosta. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. As we reconfigure the stage for the next part of the panel, I do invite you to watch a very interesting video on a specific application of a subsea cable technology, distributed acoustic sensing. And in the meantime, we'll prepare for the continuation of the panel. So over to the screen.
We can turn the ocean transparent and monitor whales by using distributed acoustic sensing. We have a network of fiber optic cables covering the world. Distributed acoustic sensing works by turning these cables into very long lines of virtual hydrophones. To record this data, one injects light pulses into a fiber cable. Some light is scattered back from impurities in the fiber and can be received by a DAS interrogator. Acoustic sources, such as whales, radiate oscillating pressure fields that stretch and compress the fiber. Variations in backscattered light tell us about the acoustic pressure fields at different points along the cable. This means that we can listen to the ocean at many separate points, creating tens of thousands of virtual hydrophones. This data is available immediately ashore at the end of the cable. Distributed acoustic sensing can revolutionize the way we understand and listen to the ocean, but we can go further than that. We can understand mechanisms of earthquakes, risks of landslides, avalanches, floods. For the ocean, we already have more than 1 million kilometers of fiber optic cables. What if we can use this as a global monitoring system?
I'm now very happy to introduce the next set of speakers on stage. This distinguished panel of experts comprising representatives from government, industry, academia, and civil society will really help us unpack different perspectives on the evolving threat landscape, as well as on actionable measures to protect subsea cable infrastructure. And we just heard through the remarks of all of the four ministers that preceded this panel how multi-stakeholder cooperation is indeed a key component to building resilience. Over the next hour or so, the panel discussion will focus on four key components. First, we will look at the current and emerging threat landscape. We will also try to unpack what are some of the vulnerabilities in the digital systems that monitor, manage, and secure subsea cable networks. We will be diving deeper into applicable international law, voluntary norms, and emerging best practices relevant to subsea cable protection. And last but not least, we will try at least our best to come up with some recommendations for strengthening subsea cable security through technical policy and legal mechanism, including the role of public-private partnerships. And now, with further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting to join me here on stage and online, Camino Kavanagh, expert and research fellow from Unidir, Steinar Bjornstad, strategic competence and research manager at Tampnet, Evi Staube, member of the management board from the Latvia State Radio and Television Center, Sandra Maximiano, chair of the board of directors of Anacom, and Kent Bressi, who is joining us online, legal advisor for International Cable Protection Committee. Please join me in a round of applause to welcome our speakers on stage. So we have structured this as a conversation. We have some questions that we have prepared for our experts. If there will be time towards the end of the session, and if you would like to intervene, please do let me know. But I can't make many promises because we have to finish at 1 p.m. sharp. So Steinar, I'd like to start with you. From an operator's perspective, how do you integrate resilience into the design and management of subsea cable infrastructure, both technically and strategically, in high-risk regions like the North Sea?
Very good question. So at Tampnet, we are an offshore telecom service provider, and these type of services is really important these days because it's also important for oil and gas. So we have a very critical infrastructure. It's both mobile, it's satellite, and it's fixed links. And the thing is, it all depends on the optical subsea fiber cables. So they are really, really important for the services. And the capacity of these cables, it's enormous, and it's carrying a lot of traffic, and also for data centers out of Norway. So how to protect these cables? How to enable resilience? The thing is that you need to be able to do this already in the planning. So we have multiple cables, that's the first thing. And if something goes wrong, we need to repair it quite fast. So we are a member of an alliance, so ensuring that we can have repair within a couple of weeks if something goes wrong. Also, because it's very high capacity, it's not that easy to switch this traffic electronically if something goes wrong from one cable to another. But we use optical switching, and even offshore we have optical switching. So we actually switch the light in the optical fiber cables. And by doing this, we are able to protect very quickly, put the traffic over to another cable if one cable fails by some reason. So I think that is maybe the key things that we are doing for protecting the traffic.
Thank you. Camino, I'd like to come to you now. And we've heard now, but even in the previous part of the panel, how different regions are potentially experiencing slightly different considerations when it comes to the threat landscape. But building on the work that you've done, and if I'd ask you to zoom out and consider a little bit more what is the broader kind of global picture, how is the threat landscape for subsea cable infrastructure evolving across different regions, and what are some of the key challenges that you have identified?
Thanks, Giacomo, and thank you for the invitation to speak here. It's a real honor to be on this panel with the other panelists. So I think I'll zoom back in and then zoom out again. What I found interesting from the minister from Estonia, she mentioned the 1884 convention. And what's very interesting in some of the research I've been doing on damage to subsea cables, if we're just looking at the submersed element of submarine cables or subsea cables, was back in 1881, already a group of countries concerned about damage to cables in the North Sea raised the issue in the pre-negotiations to the 1884 convention. In 1882, a specific government brought statistics to the negotiations of the Paris conference and highlighted that 60% of damage to cables was caused by natural events, 35% by unintentional acts due to accidents at sea, or force majeure, and 5% due to gross negligence and some malign activities. And I think within that, malign activities would have been very minimal. But that was in the build-up to World War I, and as we know, during that period as well, state-backed interventions or damage, sabotage, espionage, etc., was increasing and was being introduced into battle planning. Let's move forward a century plus, I think 143 years later, and those statistics wouldn't have changed very much, although I think maybe the stats between natural causes and unintentional damage caused by accidents and so forth would slightly change in that sense. The number of accidents caused by intentional damage, the stats, it's very hard to know because, as we know, it's very hard to ascertain responsibility for some of the incidents. But we do know that it's a great concern for states. And particularly in the European context, in Nord Stream, we know that it's not just a concern with regard to states in this region, but also in the Baltic Sea, the Irish Sea, the North Atlantic, and so forth. But that differs significantly across regions, as was mentioned by Minister Tijani as well. Different regions are experiencing very, very different problems. So that call for coordination, especially coordination from a regulatory perspective, from an operational perspective, is very difficult when your problem set is also very different. So reaching some kind of alignment there is absolutely key. And absolutely key is also engagement with industry. But I'm not going to go too far into that because I understand there are others that will talk about that problem.
Thank you, Camino, for this at least first stab at the problem. And I think it's interesting because statistics are normally built on the data we have, right? And it's always hard. It is hard in the cyber domain, and it's probably just as hard in the specific context of subsea cables to really have strong data on malicious or malign activities because we only hear of the successful attempts. What we don't know is how much of the malicious activity that threatens or targets subsea cable infrastructure isn't successful, and that probably if we had more visibility into that, we could do something even more. But I'd like now to give the floor to you, Evis, and your organization has, speaking of incidents, has recently experienced the direct impact of a subsea cable incident. Could you walk us through what happened and the immediate actions that were taken to respond to the disruption of service, please?
Some say that the cut cable or unplugged cable is the best way to protect against cyber threats. Just the unfortunate side effect is the loss of communication. But jokes aside, but my big pleasure to be here and to tell the story. About the incidents on subsea cables, of course, especially last few years or especially last couple of years, the incidents, especially in this area, Baltic Sea, North Sea, has dramatically increased. Like in a normal life, before the politics changed, the incidents happened time by time. That's not any news. The fishing nets, etc. But the big incidents in numbers has significantly increased. So also our company has been prepared. So we had the plans before. We had the drills, procedures, table exercises, algorithms, etc., spare parts. But when the incident happens, basically everything becomes crystal clear. So not loss of communication. Our company's customers, end users immediately feel it. Talking about the impact of the incident, there basically are. Let's simplify the networking. So basically, there are two parts. One part is the public internet, and thanks to the great design of internet, we can say heals itself. So it rebalances, and the public normal users don't feel it. And there is other part, let's call them enterprise or data center to data center, connecting A to B. Those guys usually they should have a second, third, or fourth route. If one breaks, everything switches over, like my colleague explained. So about the first part, as far as we know, nobody felt the impact because the capacity of the connections is very huge, and just losing one cable or one cable connection, normal public don't feel it. Of course, we were speculating that there might be some minor examples. For example, somebody was doing the stock exchange trading where the latency is critical. Maybe somebody lost some, we don't know that. Maybe somebody lost a game in Counter-Strike or something like that, where latency is important. Talking about the latency, so our cable is connecting Latvia, Sweden, so very important in terms of latency. When we lost the connection, the latency increased 5 to 10 times because the speed of light is constant, and then we cannot fight physics in that sense. But otherwise, everything continued to work. How we fixed the thing? So, said we need to fix it as soon as possible, but it really depends on preparation. Do we have right spares? Do we have right spare cable, the right joints? Do we have the vessel standby agreement? Do we have right weather? The waves shouldn't be higher than 2 meters, for example, for special vessels. So in our incident, we tried 3 times to recover. The 3rd time was successful, and despite of February being a short month, we managed to fix it within a month, so 28 days, which is a good result in a winter storms. So all in all, we really had a good lesson. You cannot compare that practical lesson to the table exercise, and we learned a lot from it.
Thank you. Also for bringing to light some very concrete examples of the sort of incidents that can occur, but also the 28 days is a remarkable result, but it shows that it's not something that can be fixed overnight. So it does really require adequate planning and adequate resourcing. Otherwise, the 28 days can then be even extended even further. I'd like now to come to you, Sandra, and given the strategic location and tradition, Portugal is a very relevant player in the submarine cable industry. And through your work with ANACOM, the National Regulatory Authority for Communications in Portugal, and more recently with the ITU Advisory Body for Submarine Cable Resilience, what practices do you recognize as being most effective for strengthening subsea cable protection at the national level as well as across jurisdictions?
First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's really a great honor to be here and talking about this so important topic. First, I would also like to tell you that Portugal geography places us at the crossroads of global connectivity. We have one of the largest exclusive economic zones in the world and a long tradition of cable landings. Portugal is uniquely positioned to strengthen its role in the field. So in fact, submarine cables already link us directly to multiple continents. Also, we have 2 autonomous regions, Madeira and Açores, which are composed by islands, and they depend almost entirely on submarine cable for communication. So that makes us also having this privileged position, but comes with special responsibilities for ensuring the resilience of submarine cable systems. So we truly believe in 4, I would say, key aspects. First, to build redundancy and route diversity. Second, strategic preparation and predictive maintenance. And third, protection zones, so building these protection zones and promote rapid repair capacity. So after all, we cannot prevent every incident. Submarine cable faults are inevitable, as it has been said here, whether from natural causes, cheap anchors, or even geopolitical tensions. But what matters is preparation and rapid response. And that's why resilience must be built by design and not improvised in crisis. So that's our big principle. So first, the planning and implementation of undersea cable networks should promote redundancy as a crucial strategy for enhancing security and resilience, ensuring continuity of service in case of disruptions. And this would probably involve, I would say, 4 important points. Establish multiple geographical diverse cable routes and a mesh network architecture that enables dynamic rerouting in case of localized disruptions. Deploying alternative routes, including satellite backups and terrestrial connections. Avoiding strategic choke points to minimize congestion and high-risk areas, which are more susceptible to sabotage or accidents. And deploying armored cables and burying cables deeper in higher risk areas. So this will be 4 important points for planning and building redundancy. Second, I'll mention strategic preparation, which includes building intelligence into our networks so they can adapt in real time. Technologies like software-defined networking and AI analytics allow dynamic rerouting and predictive detection. This agility reduces downtime and boosts resilience. Third, we need collective mechanisms to support repair capacity, especially for regions and countries that lack those resources to respond on their own. This is particularly important for island states and remote regions. And at last, we need to promote rapid repair, and it's really important. For that, we need licensing and permitting procedures that should be simplified and more flexible. And of course, promote investment in repair vessels and joint capacity. These priorities cannot be postponed. Equally important is having clear plans for incident response, setting strict deadlines for repairs, and establishing priorities levels so that in case of multiple simultaneous failures, the most critical links, those essential for national security and public welfare, are restored first. So it's very important to know which critical infrastructures are in every country so we can establish these priorities. We're also at a time when technological innovation, particularly artificial intelligence, is reshaping the landscape. The training and deployment of large AI models demand massive computational capacity, as we know, and energy-intensive data centers, which in turn depends on robust, high-capacity connectivity, also submarine cables. This is not just about speed, but about enabling an entirely new digital paradigm. ANACOM is actively monitoring these trends to ensure that our regulatory framework anticipates infrastructure bottlenecks and ensures sustainable high-capacity connectivity. So in a very high speed, I would say, technological change environment, we need regulation to keep the same pace, and that's what ANACOM is investing nowadays, to keep the same pace as innovation goes, to have a proper regulatory framework that can enable the redundancy and resilience submarine cables.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind of initial overview of some key topics. Again, building on the idea that resilience is intentional. It's not something that can be responsive to the need. The issue of preparedness and the issue of regulation, which are very important. Kent, thank you so much for patiently waiting online. It is a pleasure to see you on the screen. We've heard now and before the importance of public-private partnerships when it comes to the protection of subsea cables. And through your work at ICPC, you engage substantially with both governments and industry. So from your perspective, what are the most effective ways to strengthen public-private partnership in responding to cable-related threats?
Thank you, Giacomo, for allowing me to participate remotely. I am actually currently on holiday in Greece before I teach oceans law as part of the Rhodes Academy of Oceans Law and Policy, which runs each year here in Greece. And it's also nice to see my fellow panelists. To your question, more than anything else, we need more and better awareness and communication between and among submarine cable operators other marine industries and governments at the national, regional, and multilateral levels. These are never-ending tasks. They are not one-time things, but we really see a need for ongoing dialogue among these stakeholders at all levels. In particular, governments need to understand what industry already does to promote cable protection and resilience in the design and operation of systems, and also to recognize those actions that governments are uniquely positioned to take, particularly with political and military responses to intentional damage. In some cases, industry and governments have shared tasks. We also need better understanding of risks and threats to cables. The ICPC in particular has a lot of very good data on that, but I'm not sure that it's always recognized or understood. We also need to understand the interrelationships between unintentional and intentional sources of damage, and the fact that the cause of damage is not always immediately known. In the design and development phase, submarine cable operators embed cable protection and system design by selecting routes and landings that balance connectivity needs with risk mitigation and geographic diversity, which Sandra and others today have taken note of, all of which strengthens resilience. In the operating phase, with other marine stakeholders and to publicize the locations of cables, which I'll return to in a second, as that's become increasingly fraught. Governments don't need to dictate or duplicate those particular actions, but again, there are some actions that only governments can take. And the ICPC launched in 2021 its best practices for governments for cable protection and resilience to highlight the ICPC's own thinking about this. And in particular, the best practices advocate for a holistic approach to risks that minimizes infrastructure damage and promotes continuity of communication, even in the event that there is infrastructure damage. So the best practices are not a lengthy document. They were meant to be very user-friendly, about 12 pages long, and have some very specific best practices highlighted, including the use of default separation distances between cables and other marine activities, as other uncoordinated marine industries, whether it's wind farms, oil and gas development, deep seabed mining, vessel anchorages or fishing can damage cables. Having a single point of contact within national governments adoption of cable protection laws and measures and implementation of them, minimization of cabotage and crewing restrictions, customs duties, taxes, and fees, as this is very much a maritime. Classification of submarine cables as critical infrastructure in order to secure government resources for protection. This is the subject of a forthcoming study that Camino is publishing. The sharing of risk and threat information between governments and industries we have seen with recent cable damage incidents in the Baltic and the Arctic. There's still a lot of work to be done there, but so far I think that a lot of government engagement with industry and responses so far have been very productive. The use of technology such as fiber sensing is also very promising. And then ratification and implementation of the Law of the Sea Convention and the 1884 Convention, both of which establish rights and responsibilities for states, including some key tools that relate to cable security. So a lot of these best practices were later incorporated into the New York Statement. Many of them were echoed by Sandra, our previous panelist speaker. So I'll just finally note that it's important for governments to understand how their own policies and regulations can potentially undermine cable protection and resilience. because we're very concerned about this as an industry. And our best practices also address this. In some jurisdictions, we see national security-oriented regulation creating massive delays for installation and repair permits. And this ultimately undermines development of additional and diverse systems that promote that resilience and allow recovery of damaged systems. We see that regulations oftentimes encourage clustering of cables and landings in narrow corridors to get cables out of the way of offshore energy development or fishing, and that can magnify the risk that a single event will damage multiple cables and disrupt connectivity. And finally, we see a renewed push by some governments to remove cables from nautical charts. We think that this is woefully misguided, given that approximately 70% of cable damage each year is caused by fishing and anchors. Removing cables from nautical charts would significantly increase those risks and make it impossible for cable owners to pursue damages claims because no one would know where the cables are. So ultimately, I don't think that we need elaborate new regulatory constructs or the like to encourage engagement between governments and industry. But we do need to leverage existing agreements, data, and tools to promote cable resilience, protection, and security, and inform laws, policies, and coordinating mechanisms.
Thank you, Kent, for sharing your first remarks with us. And having served 15 years in the Navy, the thought of having subsea infrastructure that is not on nautical charts is terrifying in more than one way. But thank you also for bringing to light the best practices that ICPC has developed. That I do invite everyone that is interested in consulting. But also for, you opened by stressing the need for continuous dialogue among the different stakeholder groups. And I think this is key, this is what we're trying to do, but of course, in an hour and a half, we can only scratch the surface. There is much more that needs to be done on a continuous basis, even for the simple reason that people change and rotate, particularly in government. You may have a very fruitful dialogue today, and in 6 months your counterparts have rotated and have gone to other posts and other jobs. And it is important that this dialogue, that there is a mechanism to really make sure that this dialogue is continuous. I'd like to go back to our panel for a second round of questions, and coming back to you, Evis, about the incident that you described earlier. And so following the cable disruption, how did your organization coordinate with national authorities, international partners, and any other stakeholder was relevant? And what are some of the key lessons that emerged about effective collaboration and communication?
Yeah, I would call it different communication channels. And first of all, the very important, and not only about like any subsea cable incidents, like any big incidents, we call it like crisis management within a company. So the team should be, like core team of crisis management should be very precise, should be trained, shouldn't be bigger than needed. Everybody has to know exactly what to do. And that's also a question of training, as I mentioned, the table exercises. Second is communication with partners, and here we are touching different stakeholders. It includes authorities, it includes international partners, because like any subsea cable, in most of the cases, is connecting countries, right? So you're connecting one country to another, in our case, Latvia, Sweden. You should know. So in our case, we have the like established communication line. I'm not talking about cable communication, but about human communication line connecting two NOCs 24/7. So you always have, like within a minute or seconds, you know to whom to talk to, right? And that also should be like documented in the best case, trained, practiced, etc. And then the third part is public communication. The public communication also is very important, and you shouldn't be like silent after the incident for days. In our case, we had like prepared and like we call it routine press releases daily. You shouldn't open too much information, because in many cases that's kind of sensitive information, right? What happened in which place, but you shouldn't also be totally silent. So you should really feel and feel the balance, what to disclose, what don't disclose, and that's also very critical. About the communication with different parties involved, it includes already in subsea cable cases. It includes, of course, the Navy, the military side. Those algorithms and procedures also have to be established before any incidents to be in place. And it also requires training, requires preparation, should be also algorithms written on a paper, trained, drilled, etc. So it's all about preparation. And then in a practice, in a worst case, of course, when the incident happens, you can try it in a real life. And there are lessons always. So like any preparation, any plans, who said it? Truman said that any plans go to waste, but the most important is to do the plans.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And we'll come back to this plan and prepare issue later. But and I would like to come back to you, Steinar, about we've heard already how it is important to be able to respond as quickly as possible to minimize disruption. So my question to you is, from a technological standpoint, what are some of the emerging tools or innovations that you see as most promising for detecting, mitigating, or responding to threats to subsea cables?
Yeah. And the answer, I think, is actually to combine a lot of tools to monitor, combining several tools, getting a lot of data. And I think I would like to tell a story, how this started. It started with trawlers, probably. We didn't actually know. It was cable cuts. And what was it? We just noticed the light went off, and what happened? And then first tool that came at hand was AIS information. That is GPS information sent from vessels, also containing some information about their activity, like, for example, trawling. And by actively monitoring the activity around our cables, we now have a knowledge of what is going on, which vessels are moving around these cables. But that is on the surface, not underwater, not subsea. And some of these vessels, they just turn off their AIS information. Mm-hmm. So it's still challenging. And then we started exploring fiber sensing. Fiber sensing actually means that the fiber works as a microphone or an array of microphones. So we can listen underwater to what is going on. By doing this, we are able to see and listen if a trawler is approaching, and we can see it like 2 kilometers away. So we actually see the subsea activity. And that really enables us to take action very early. But the thing is that trawlers, they are crossing the cable like 10 times every day. It can be as much as that. So what we actually need to know is also if the cable is hit, because normally this is okay to pass over the cable because it's buried, and it should be well buried, protected. But we can't control the environment, and there are water currents that may make the cable exposed. So we use a different fiber sensing technology that now also gives us statistics on small hits. And by doing this, we can also see where the cable may be vulnerable. So combining all these technologies, we know where the cable may be vulnerable, if there is something approaching these vulnerable points, and also statistics on what is going on over the cable, what type of vessels are crossing. So today, most of our network is actually covered with fiber sensing techniques, and we have quite a good overview of what is going on.
So I would say that, would you say that situational awareness, if you want, has improved significantly in recent years thanks to technological innovations? Yeah? Okay, good. Thank you for that. And Camino, I'd like to come back to you and building on the insights shared by panelists as well as drawing from your own research with UNIDIR, what are some additional either policy or technical approaches that you've seen states and other stakeholders exploring to strengthen the protection and resilience of subsea cables?
Okay, so basically what we did in the research, we broke government approaches down into 3 different areas. So how government actions, whether it be policy, regulatory, or operational activity, how it contributes to the actual resilience capacities of the systems themselves. So we looked at the absorptive capacities, which would be the kind of preparedness, ensuring all the procedures and protocols, the regulation and so forth, including many of the best practices that Kent mentioned, and that they are in place. In the event that something happens. And now the systems are actually built bearing in mind that something will eventually happen, whether it be regardless of the cause. So the second area that we looked at was the responsive capacities of the system. So what are governments doing to actually prepare and support some of the responsive, the responses required. And I think Sandra mentioned issues related to repair capabilities and capacities. I think the previous panel discussed workforce challenges and so forth. Industry has a significant focus on workforce at the moment, trying to attract young talent into the industry. But it's difficult. Also, governments need to do the same. And we also have to bear in mind that there are some very small governments, small countries that have limited capacities and that have limited resources. So being able to invest in DAS and so forth is a luxury, and one also has to bear in mind that it also has jurisdictional complications. So there are lots of challenges on that front. Also within the restorative capacities, we are seeing that a number of states are actually looking, are investing in market analysis and so forth to see where it would be best, better, where the better use of their resources would lie and so forth. There are a range of other issues there in that rubric that we touched upon, which I can come back to. The final tranche that we looked at, or the final area, was in adaptive capacities, and we also often forget about those, but I think colleagues here have also talked about learning from incidents. Regardless of the cause, again, what can we learn from those, and how do we adapt? How do we adapt our national structures, procedures, regulation, and so forth, to be able to prepare and respond to incidents should they happen. And a final thing that cuts across these different areas is that we've been talking mainly about the submersed as a part of a subsea cable system. We've touched upon it slightly, but there's also the network layer, there's the supply chain issues, a range of other issues. There's the repair fleet, the store, the supplies, and so forth. So there are a range of different areas, and I think connecting these both through government action in our crisis management, emergency planning, and so forth is absolutely critical. And I don't think any government is there yet. So how you bring together all of those elements, but with working in conjunction with industry as well as academia is absolutely fundamental. Thank you.
Thank you, Camino. Sandra, I'd like to come back to you with a follow-up question on, given also your role within the advisory body on submarine cable resilience, how do you see international initiatives such as this one and foster better cooperation and strengthen the resilience of subsea cable infrastructure?
So that's one of the main purpose of the advisory body for submarine cable resilience. and that is one main purpose, because definitely collaboration is vital in this case. So to enhance connectivity, to stimulate innovation and promote resilience of submarine cables, and if you look at all these, they are multifaceted tasks, and they require collaboration, so across different organizations. So we need governments, we need industry, we need academia and international organizations to work together. So over the past year, ENACOM has deepened our partnerships, recognizing that each player plays a unique role. For instance, governments and regulators create enabling frameworks, as I also mentioned before. Academia advances research and innovation, it's extremely important. Industry builds and operates vital critical infrastructure. So we need all to work together. And having said this, the challenge is in ensuring that these diverse players speak the same language, and sometimes very difficult, because, of course, all of these players, they have their own interests. They maximize, now speaking like an economist, maximize their own utility and interests, but we need to align their efforts toward a common goal. And the advisory body is an example, as a multi-stakeholder forum where we try to do that. So we try to have all these organizations together and working together and trying to align our language for this common goal. So at ENACOM, we see this as first-handed, and we are very actively fostering an ecosystem that encourages investment in submarine cables and associated infrastructure. We remain committed in leading this agenda at both European and international levels. At European level, we do it mainly through BEREC, the body of European regulators for electronic communications, and in collaboration with the European Commission. In BEREC, for example, ENACOM is the co-leader of the BEREC report on domestic submarine cables in different member states, together with the national regulatory authority from France, ARCEP. We are also very active at European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, and this is an important topic there as well. And finally, as mentioned, I'm very proud to co-chair the International Advisory Group for Submarine Cable Resilience, which, as I mentioned, provides a unique global platform for collaboration. So the International Advisory Body, for some that maybe are still not familiar, was launched by the International Telecommunication Union in partnership with the International Cable Protection Committee, ICPC. And this partnership is a significant and fortunate development, combining the ITU's capacity to promote worldwide dialogue on digital matters with ICPC's expertise in submarine cable resilience, which I believe to be a very fortunate and needed collaboration. In addition, 40 outstanding personalities from both the public and private sectors across the world are part of the advisory body. So this ensures a diverse knowledge and experience, including contribution from countries ranging from large economies to small island states. So this diversity is extremely important. The role of the advisory body is to promote these open conversations, build trust for the benefit of global community. And we aim at ensuring that the discussions are based on technical merit and best practice. I think in my personal view as well, I think we should give special attention to regions, countries, and remote islands where economic incentives for prompt response mechanisms are lower. But of course, their response is important for everyone. So the incentives are there. So we should work in collaboration to increase the response capacity of these small states. The advisory body has made very decisive progress. In particular, I would like to mention in February in Abuja, Nigeria, the International Submarine Cable Resilience Summit, and the body approved the Abuja Declaration, making a key milestone for submarine cable resilience and paving the way for greater international cooperation. Secondly, the body established clear priorities for 2025-26, and decided to form 3 thematic working groups responsible for deliverable concrete outcomes. These groups will address submarine cable resilience from multiple complementary perspectives. One of the working groups will focus on resilience by design, examining the importance of ensuring service continuity through redundant and diverse communication routes. Another working group will focus on timely deployment and repairing of submarine cable systems, exploring how regulatory measures can expedite this process. And the third working group will be dedicated to risk identification, monitoring, and mitigation. So with this framework, we'll assess the application of new technologies and monitoring systems. So I think it's, as I said, it's composed by experts from different regions and stakeholders. And given the progress that we made so far, I'm totally confident that the advisory body will remain committed to ensuring the submarine cables are safe and resilient. So just to conclude, preparing for the future, and especially in this matter, it's not a task of one individual body. We must work together, and we share responsibility among regulators, industry, academia, and the international community. So we should cooperate openly, pragmatically, and globally in this case.
Thank you, Sandra. Kent, I'd like to come back to you for a last question. Now, with growing international attention to subsea infrastructure protection, how can new initiative complement and avoid duplicating existing efforts like those led by ICPC and others?
Thank you, Giacomo. Well, first, I'd like to start just by noting that I think Sandra laid out very clearly the amazing collaboration that we have between the ITU and the ICPC under her leadership and that of Ozen Tijani, who was on our prior panel. And I think that can be a model for leveraging the industry expertise and experience of the ICPC without duplicating it. But I think it's also important to understand, Sandra is very generous in describing and helpful in describing the advisory body, but I'm not sure that everyone has a good understanding of what the ICPC does either. So I thought I'd note just briefly that the ICPC was founded in 1958, and it's the world's leading organization promoting submarine cable protection and resilience. It's an NGO that works with its members, governments, international organizations, other marine industries, and the scientific community on a number of key tasks. First, to identify and mitigate risks of natural and human damage to cables. The ICPC has developed the world's leading databases of cable damage information and also repair timeframes, which are key inputs for the work of the advisory body. The ICPC has developed recommendations and the best practices for governments that I mentioned earlier for the entire cable project lifecycle. The ICPC promotes scientific research regarding cables in the marine environment. This is even more critical in light of the BBNJ agreement under the Law of the Sea Convention. And the ICPC just published in partnership with the United Nations Environment Program World Climate Monitoring Center a report titled Submarine Cables and Marine Biodiversity, which we had very much promoted and provided resources for as a resource for governments as they implement the BBNJ agreement. We also work to promote, and this is particularly my task, the rule of law for the oceans, particularly ratification and implementation of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and also, as Camino was mentioning, the 1884 Cable Protection Convention, on which there's renewed focus. So the ICPC has more than 240 members from approximately 75 countries. Those are industry representatives, but the ICPC also has about 20 government observers. And we welcome more formal government observers, but also engagement even for those governments who are not observers. So we see, as I noted before, a need for continuing engagement and communication. And this is not just with between the ICPC and governments and other marine stakeholders, but also the regional cable protection committees that focus on more localized issues around the world. These aren't formally subsidiaries of the ICPC, but we coordinate closely with them to avoid duplication of work. And we have regional cable protection committees that are very active in Submarine Cables Association, the North American Submarine Cable Association, recently established committees in Africa, and the Oceanic Submarine Cable Association. We do not have regional cable protection committees in that area. The ICPC and these other organizations are all keen to work with governments on a range of initiatives and don't view the recommendations and principles as that they advance in a proprietary fashion. As I noted before, the fact that the New York statement included recommendations that the ICPC had previously articulated was very flattering, but we would like to see greater adoption by more and more bodies of that. So other ICPC recent engagements, obviously the International Advisory Body is a key focus for us. I serve as a co-executive secretary, and we're grateful for the leadership of our co-chairs who are with us today. We held a critical Law of the Sea workshop for our members and regional academics in Singapore last year with the support of the Australian and Singapore governments, looking at key issues with the BBNJ agreement, regulatory and permitting issues, and security, among others. We have worked with the UNODC to develop cable resilience plans in the Indian Ocean region. And it's a really interesting and helpful model, I think, for a lot of countries in considering how to bring together stakeholders to think more in a more integrated way about connectivity and cable protection. And then I serve on the International Law Association's Committee on Submarine Cables and Pipelines, which is developing guidelines to address prevention, monitoring, and responses under international law to intentional cable damage. As I noted before, we're unlikely to get a new treaty addressing some of these issues, but the ICPC's view is that countries have existing tools under international law that they can and should use, and we certainly point to the government of Finland as having made good use of those tools. So finally, there's a need for better communication and coordination on issues in multilateral processes. So these aren't just looking at best practices initiatives, but also looking at collaborating on some critical issues and other fora globally. These include work in the International Seabed Authority to ensure cable protection and resilience in relation to deep sea mining, which is increasingly an issue given the push for critical minerals and development of green technologies. The impact of the new BBNJ agreement on cable routing and permitting, and cable damage by dark fleet ships, which we remain concerned is something that the international community, including the IMO, has not yet been able to address effectively. So in general, I think we have the data analysis recommendations and potential legal tools that we need, and which shouldn't necessarily be duplicated, but we need much better and more comprehensive global implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. We have just a couple of minutes before we have to wrap up this panel. So before I share with you some concluding remarks from my notes, I just wanted to give the panelists literally 20 to 30 seconds maximum. If there is one key takeaway that you would like the audience to walk away after this hour and a half discussing subsea cables, what would that be? You can only add to whatever the other person has said. So starting with you, Camino.
Prepare and exercise your preparedness.
Thank you.
Be prepared, monitor what is going on, situational awareness.
I would mention again these DAS systems which were mentioned. So every cable, existing cable, is a big asset, and we can call it a big sensor. If we install, already installed, also on the new cables, distributed or centralized, whatever, integrated system of such a sensors in a particular area, for example, Baltic Sea, which is very compact sea, some call it Baltic Lake, as a test bed, and that would give a big benefit, not only protecting the cables, but to understand what is going on under the water. There is a shadow fleet, there is normal fleet, there is other fleet, but nobody knows what's happening. If shadow fleet switches off the AAS system, it goes invisible. With such a sensors, we can immediately see something better.
Thank you. Sandra.
And as I said, I think collaboration is the key. We need, this is a very important matter. It's a multi-stakeholder issue, and it should be, we should work together. And as I said, involve everyone, governments, academia, regulators, international organizations, and increase awareness, and of course work on the best practices. I think booklets of best practices to act are very important, and especially some countries are at a different speed, but into this issue we should all try to align the speed that we move on, because as I said, like small states, remote islands, they can't be left alone, because it will have a negative impact for all of us.
Thank you. Kent, any final thoughts on your side?
Yes, convene and communicate with stakeholders. The oceans are really busy, complicated places.
Thank you. So very quickly, because time is up, what I took away from this hour and a half is the following: that really strengthening the resilience of subsea cable is a team sport. Is a team sport that requires different players knowing exactly what to do and working together as a team. No individual player can really achieve this ambitious goal without working with others. But also that resilience has different components. One is protection. Protection is key, but is necessary, but is not sufficient. It has to be matched with adequate planning, because no matter how well we protect our cables, incidents are going to happen, and it's important to have plans that are well thought in advance. So resilience cannot be improvised. It has to be made by design through careful planning. But while planning is essential, plans are useless unless they are put in practice through concrete measures of preparedness, which include dialogue and discussions and cooperation between states, between public and private cooperation. And these cooperation needs to be tested through exercises, through crisis management drills that really bring to the surface all of the possible mechanisms that need to be improved. Because ultimately, the last important pillar is the pillar of response that needs to be effective and needs to be quick in order to minimize disruption and make sure that we work towards resilience, redundancy, and ultimately continuity of service. With that, I hope the summary kind of does not do justice to an hour and a half in discussion, but hopefully it touches on the key points. And we're out of time. I do invite you to approach our speakers and experts after the session if you would like to ask more questions. All is left for me to do is to thank you, the audience, for engaging or for being here in person and online. The government of Norway, not only for being amazing hosts, but also for partnering with Unity in organizing this session. And of course, last but not least, to our excellent experts and speakers that took their time to share their knowledge with us. So please join me in a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Nicholas Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I trust that everyone was able to get a bite to eat and their stomachs are replenished and ready for more IGF 2025. So today's session, the title of today's session is Safeguarding Democracy in the Digital Age, Legislative Priorities and Policy Pathways. This session gathers members of Parliament from across the globe to discuss how digital technologies are impacting democracy and what legislative and policy actions are being taken to preserve democratic institutions and trust. Again, my name is Nicholas Smith. I'm the founder and president of Strat Alliance Global. Strat Alliance is a strategic advisory firm supporting public-private partnerships and technology policy engagement. Now, before we call our distinguished panel to the floor, we have to start by recognizing a familiar face that I'm going to call in just a second. He's been an advocate for the IGF since its existence. Please welcome Mr. Junhwa Lee, Undersecretary General of the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs.
Well, Excellencies, distinguished members of the Parliament, dear colleagues, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the parliamentary track of the IGF 2025 in Lillestrøm. As we convene this important meeting, our purpose is very clear: to bring the legislators together with all the other stakeholders in shaping digital policies and legislative frameworks to ensure that an open, inclusive, and secure internet for all. Under the overarching theme of the IGF 2025, building digital governance together, we will focus on the critical need for the international digital cooperation to address today's digital challenges. Among the most urgent of these is the dual imperative to protect the freedom of the expression while combating the rampant spread of the misinformation and disinformation. The ability to speak freely, access accurate information, and engage in an open online discourse is the bedrock of democratic societies. Yet, these fundamental rights are being tested not only by the disinformation and the censorship, but also by the rise of the powerful technologies like the generative AI. Let further blur the lines between the fact and fiction, challenging our very understanding of truth. We face profound challenges from the false narratives that erode trust in the public institutions to the targeted disinformation campaigns that threaten peace and stability. The digital environment demands new approaches that uphold human rights while preserving civic space. At the same time, we must ensure that the responses to these threats do not infringe upon the very freedoms we seek to protect. As members of the Parliament, your role in navigating this complex terrain is pivotal. You have the authority to craft the legislation that safeguards the freedoms of the expression and the access to the information, promotes the media and the information literature, and strengthens the resilience of the democratic discourse. You can foster a digital environment where the right to express the diverse views is protected and respected, and where the reliable fact-based information is prioritized over the manipulation and distortion. This is how we can ensure that the innovation and inclusion advance in the lockstep with the human dignity and safety. By actively engaging in this forum, you are not only contributing to a vital global dialogue on the digital policies, but also shaping the national frameworks that reflect these shared values. I appealed and urged all of you to carry the outcomes of our discussions here in IGF 2025 back to your respective parliaments, driving continued momentum and policy coherence at both national and regional levels. Over the past years, we have seen encouraging progress while expanding the parliamentary engagement in national and regional IGFs, from the West Africa to the Pacific, to the Asia Pacific. This localization of our goal conversation is essential. We are eager to learn from your insights and the national experiences and identify the new avenues for collaboration. Let us strengthen this engagement and champagne the digital governance that respects the freedom of expression, addresses the information integrity, and supports open, inclusive, and rights-based digital space. I extended my sincere thanks to the Interparliamentary Union, the Norwegian Parliament, and our partners for their invaluable collaboration on the parliamentarian track and for their commitment to integrating the parliamentary voices into the UN processes. I wish you a very fruitful exchange and impactful outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, thank you very much for those words of encouragement as we go through the challenges with internet governance. Now, this would not be a proper parliamentary track session if we did not hear from a very respected person that we all know, Mr. Martin Chung-gong, Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, and as a prominent advocate for resilient democratic institutions. We have a video message that we would like to show you now.
Mr. Under-Secretary General, distinguished parliamentarians and IGF participants, I have great pleasure in welcoming you to this parliamentary roundtable at the 20th Internet Governance Forum. This session provides a unique platform for parliamentarians, policymakers, and digital governance experts to build consensus on one of the most pressing challenges, safeguarding democratic institutions in the digital age. At a time when democratic norms face unprecedented pressure and public trust continues to erode, global cooperation on combating misinformation is more crucial than ever. A fragmented approach to information integrity risks undermining the very foundations of democratic discourse and exacerbating the crisis of trust that threatens our societies. The rapid spread of misinformation through digital technologies has fundamentally altered the information landscape in which our democracies operate. Citizens struggle to distinguish fact from fiction. Electoral processes face manipulation through coordinated disinformation campaigns, and democratic institutions find their legitimacy questioned based on false narratives. The rise of artificial intelligence has fundamentally transformed the misinformation landscape, with deepfakes, AI-generated content, and algorithmic amplification creating unprecedented challenges for democratic discourse. Yet, within this challenge lies profound opportunity. By working together across borders and political systems, we can develop common principles that preserve both free expression and democratic integrity. Parliaments, as the voice of the people, have a pivotal role in ensuring that digital transformation strengthens rather than weakens democratic governance. In our response, we are guided by the Global Digital Compact, an emerging international consensus on information integrity. And while the Global Digital Compact represents an important foundation, there is still much work to transform its vision into effective safeguards for democracy. I encourage all participants to actively engage in these discussions, recognizing that the frameworks we develop today will determine whether democratic institutions emerge stronger from the digital transformation. Together, we can ensure that democracy not only survives the digital age, but emerges more resilient, transparent, and responsive to the citizens we serve. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chung-Gong, for those remarks. Now it is my deep honor to introduce our panel that's going to be with us this afternoon. First, we have Senator Catherine Muma from Ghana. I'm from Kenya. Then we have Rebecca Bauer-Kahn, California Assembly Member, Chair of the Privacy and Consumer Protection Committee. Gunda Alaman from Norway, Member of Parliament. Marcia Cattle from Barbados, also a Member of Parliament and former Minister of Innovation and Technology. Zafar Alizoda from Tajikistan, Member of Parliament as well. I'd like to welcome them to the stage. Okay, full disclosure, everyone. I made the first mistake. Said that one of our first speakers is actually from Ghana, but she's from Kenya. My apologies. I want to get that out there first and foremost. Okay, so here we are. We're back. This is the parliamentary track session. We have a lot to talk about over this next hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to have our distinguished panelists here. We'll go through a series of questions. We will also leave time for the audience to ask questions because that's very important. And then we'll have some closing remarks as well. Okay? So let me start first with the host of this year's IGF, Gunde Alaman. Recently, you just concluded an expert group on AI, and elections was recently tasked with this. What are the biggest challenges that you see, Gunde, from the Norwegian democracy in terms of how it faces, and what are those challenges? What are you doing exactly in Parliament? Because I know, when we think of AI, it's at every intercourse that we see, from not only just the IGF, but other bodies. But I know that it's very important for Norway and the Parliament. So if you can just kind of enlighten us and kind of where you guys are at this point.
Of course, first of all, it's an honor to host this event this year, and it's an honor for all of us in Parliament as well that this event is taking place here in our country. But to your question, I think what worries me the most is one of the key findings in the report you're referencing, and that is that truth is becoming less relevant. Mm-hmm. And with that, the report that went through all these different elections in 2024 and saw how AI is, superpowering content, creating so much more content to engage with for people. We see that truth is becoming less and less important because what you engage with, what you look at is things, content that is already, confirming your held beliefs and are kind of helping you stay in this comfortable bubble that it's harder and harder to pierce with factual debate and true and, well, facts, so to say. And I don't want to be all like doom and gloom, because there is a lot that we can do. And one of the key, they look at a lot of different measures in that report. They look at how you can build competency, how to implement stuff in schools, how you should advance research. But one of the key measures is supporting and strengthening independent media organizations. And I think this is the measure that I want to focus on in the beginning now, because it is such an important measure in order to have something that can kind of combat this reality that is being created in a lot of different bubbles. And there is such a connection between our trust as politicians, trust in us as politicians, and people having access to true information and having access to also media or content that is being edited by a professional, independent media, edited media. So to say that they know that what we are doing as politicians are being checked, that we are being transparent about what we are doing, and this is where the media comes in. And I think for Norway, independent media has been an important political issue across the aisle for a lot of years. I'm very happy to say that we're #1 on the Press Freedom Index, and it's partially because of what we're doing in Parliament, but of course, hugely what the reporters are doing every day on their work. But looking at what the parliaments can do, starting with the strong legislative foundation, and that is we are having an act that ensures independence, editorial independence, that ensures that owners of a newspaper cannot go in and challenge what the editor or the journalists are reporting on, making sure that we as politicians do not have access, even though we do allocate a lot of funds to the media, we are not able to access independent decisions on what is being reported. Any owner of a newspaper cannot require to see a journalist's work before it's being published. These kind of legislative measures are really important to have a strong foundation. And then comes, funding. And we do quite extensively fund media in Norway. I think this is very important in order to have all these, not only national newspapers that would be there, that could thrive in almost any kind of society, but also having those small local news outlets that can also check what the politicians and staff is doing on a local level. And I think having this kind of built up media system ensures that people in Norway can, they know that they can access information on what we're actually doing. And there is a lot to be said for this. We have a lot to work on in order to become more transparent, especially when you see a shift in how we also communicate as politicians, going from, more simpler days of writing letters to each other and going now onto all these different channels of technology. There is a lot of things to be done. But I think this is a good starting point, and I'll end on this note saying that the report also, is also highlighting one last thing, and that is that we have to be level-headed and not exaggerate the impact of AI, because exaggerating it, and trying to fearmonger as politicians is also a way of making that kind of misinformation have a stronger meaning in itself.
Thank you for those remarks, and you're absolutely right about keeping the level, right? Because we don't want to approach everything with fear, right? We have to remember that AI is a tool that was invented by humans, right? But there's benefits, right, to AI, and what we're going to talk about today will speak to that. And so I appreciate those introductory remarks. I wanted to turn now to you, Senator, my good friend from Kenya. You're very well known in circles on the African continent. You're very active in the regional things that are happening as it relates to the IGF. Can you help us kind of, or take us through what are you seeing as kind of the emerging threats in Kenya, and kind of what are the countermeasures that you're taking to this point?
Thank you very much. First to say that Kenya has embraced matters relating to digital technology in a profound way. We recognize that this is where the world is headed, not just on actually all democratic matters, including both politics and development. Mm-hmm. So Kenya has kind of anticipated this, and I would want to say that we have a good legal framework that currently supports the growth of internet and digital technological advances. We have a very facilitative constitution that protects freedoms of expression, the right to access information, but also provides for protection of human rights. It is very strong on human rights. It also provides for protection of consumer rights. Mm-hmm. As a result, we have a number of laws that actually guide or regulate issues relating to matters, internet and digital technology. We have the Computer Misuse and Cyber Protection Act. We have the Data Protection Act. We have the Media Council Act. Mm. We have the Copyrights Act that protects intellectual property. And we have the National Cohesion and Integration Act that set up a commission to deal with matters relating to hate speech. Mm-hmm. But we still have challenges when it comes to misinformation and disinformation using the social medias. Mm-hmm. And we don't have a law that specifically addresses misinformation and disinformation, not because the law is somewhere and needs to quickly come. As you will appreciate from the conversations we've had since this morning, hitting the balance between protection of human rights and regulating, and also allowing innovation to unhinge, to progress unhinged, is something that is beyond legislation, is something that sometimes is beyond the politics of the day. Because as politicians, a lot of the misuse, the disinformation and misinformation is particularly during electoral times. Yes. And for us in Kenya, every time is election time. We actually finish elections today, and the next day we are competing for the next, we are already campaigning. So there is a lot of disinformation, use of hate speech in our part of the country, or a part of our, where our country is. We have been, or we have suffered post-election violence following hate speech that was negatively, that used negative ethnicity. And that's how we came up with the Cohesion Commission. But now with matters digital technology, we've had a lot of misinformation that is used by politically competing groups to actually use demonizing language, misinformation around maybe national policies that are happening to try and demonize government, or information to try and demonize an opposition leader. And it's happening to a stage where it's ending up in violence. And I would want to say that our challenge really is on how we can regulate that without looking as if we are overcorrecting or over-enforcing. There is also the challenge of the possibility of abuse of office, misuse by government of some of the privileges. How would we use, for instance, surveillance around matters, digital content, to the advantage of the government and to abuse rights of opponents, political opponents. So I would say we have a good legislative framework, not complete enough in the sense that we still have to find ways of protecting rights, including rights of children. I think we have a lot of access for children on the internet that is actually harming their health, including matters relating to pornography and so on. Now, we would need to think through to find out how do we, beyond the Kenyan Parliament and Kenyan legislation, how would we think through a violator that is situated in another jurisdiction? What kind of conversation can we have in forums like the IGF to ensure that beyond national legislation, we are able to come up whether with its codes of conduct that would, one, hold accountable those in charge of these platforms, as well as ensure that the freedom to advance in digital technology happens. There is also, when you're talking about human rights, we also need to think about, beyond the issue of information and disinformation, how do we include more people? In our area, I think one of the things we need to do is have greater investment. Beyond regulation, we need to give some financial investment in the necessary public digital infrastructure that would see those in rural areas to equally participating in the benefits of the digital space and technology, to see more women participating in this space, to see more other vulnerable and minority groups participating in this space. So as a country, I believe beyond protecting against disinformation, there is the issue of also inclusion, which is a human rights issue that we need to look at. So as we discuss this issue, beyond just discussing the regulation, we need to discuss how best to invest more in order for more people to participate in this space.
Well, let me just say that hats off to all the work that you're doing in Kenya, because as you listed a long list of laws that you've been able to implement, so that's progress, right? Obviously, you made the point clear that there's still more progress to be done, but I think that Kenya's in the right direction. They're going in the right direction, and I commend you guys for that. On this same topic, I want to move now to Assemblymember Rebecca Bauer-Kahn of California. I lived in California as a kid as well, so there's a little bit of priority here with that. But California has been very active in this space, probably more active than other states in the country. So tell us what are the approaches now? Knowing what you did back in 2018 when CCPA was passed, and we're looking now into the future, where are we going forward? And when we think about regulatory approaches, what's being explored in terms of to ensure information integrity, right? Because now, as the senator mentioned, it's elections, right? And we just got through one election, right? And there's going to be more on the horizon. So in terms of integrity, where do we go now?
Well, thank you so much for this conversation. It's my first time at the IGF, and I have to say that one of my takeaways so far this morning is that despite the fact that all of our jurisdictions are so different, we're really all struggling with this same issue of information integrity. And for those that don't know, the law that was cited as our privacy law, we were the first state in the United States to pass a privacy protective piece of legislation shortly after the European Union passed their privacy laws. And some states have followed, but we're still not nearly as protective as the European Union. And, you know, I should ground this in being from California. We are home to 32 of the top 50 AI companies. We are home to all of the major social media companies. So, you know, these are the people I represent. They make this technology. They proliferate it to the world. And with that, I think we feel a great responsibility. And sitting there this morning listening to what is happening across the world as a result of some of this, it's intense what these companies are doing to change the global ecosystem. And, you know, we have the federal government. I have long believed the federal government is in the best position to regulate these technologies for us as a country, but they won't, and they don't. And so the states are taking it upon themselves to protect our constituents and to try to push these companies in the direction of responsibility. But as I'm sure many people in the room are aware, we too have constitutional protections of freedom of speech. Our constitutional protections say that we may not stop people from speaking. It also says we cannot force people to speak, which is an interesting dynamic, because one of the ways that we have tried to combat mis and disinformation as a result of our First Amendment, our protection of freedom of speech, is to require more speech, to say you have to disclose when you're using AI in a political advertisement, so people know that they're seeing something that's AI generated. That's held up in the courts right now because the courts are seeing that as forced speech. And so we have a very complicated dynamic of how we get at this issue of mis and disinformation when we have such strong protections around speech. But that's one way. And so we continue to try to do that. We've passed legislation that requires those disclosures, that require the platforms to take down serious misinformation in the political context, although political speech is even more protected than your average speech in America, so that is a really challenging thing to do. And so the next step we're taking is trying to push forward on watermarking, which I know is something that the European Union has pushed for. But this ability to understand reality from fiction, I think, is fundamental to protecting our democracies. And so watermarking and the technology that will go along with it is critical. And I think with the EU pushing on watermarking and California pushing, you know, we are the 4th largest economy in the world. We have a lot of tech companies in our backyard. And can we really make sure that technology comes to fruition so that around the world we can all require it? We can all say we need watermarking. Right now the technology is not yet where we want it to be, but if it is there, maybe it will give us that ability for constituents to know what is real and what is not. And I think that would be game-changing. Just a few hours ago, someone asked me about what's happening in California. Many have seen in the worldwide news about what is happening in my home state as it relates to our friction with the federal government right now. And one of the things we've faced is massive disinformation. So many deep fakes about what is happening on the streets of Los Angeles. I was there just a week ago. It is incredibly peaceful. That is not what you're seeing on the social media sites because of all the deep fakes that are being generated. And when people cannot tell that from reality, it leads to serious outcomes in our elections, in our society, and we have to do more. And so California is going to continue to push, although I will say that right now the federal government is moving what would be a 10-year ban on state enforcement of artificial intelligence, which would stop most of California's efforts. And so there really is, when I talk about friction with the federal government in California right now, I can't overstate it.
Well, thank you for that. As a former federal employee, I'm not going to start any more frictions right now, especially that we're both from the same state. So I wouldn't want to do that. I do want to turn, though, to another region of the world. And for everybody here who does not speak Russian, please use your headsets. I want to turn now to our friend from Tajikistan. Mr. Alizoda, you know, in kind of the Central Asian response to information manipulation and the steps that are being taken, can you talk to us about the measures that you are taking in terms of building that type of institutional resilience as it relates to everything that you've heard so far?
Спасибо, Николис. Хочу отметить и дать информацию об институциональной устойчивости и содействие целостности информации в странах Центральной Азии, в том числе защиты персональных данных, которые являются одной из важнейших задач в условиях применения цифровой технологии в странах Центральной Азии. Каждая страна имеет свои законы, которые регулируют сбор, хранение и использование персональных данных. В странах Центральной Азии персональные данные попадают под более широкие понятия права на защиту частной жизни и приватности. По законодательству этих стран приватность относится к личным неимущественным благам. Ответственность за правонарушения, связанные с персональными данными, зависит от конкретных обстоятельств случая, а также от действующих в данной стране законодательных норм и правил. Чувствительные персональные данные – это категория личных данных, которые относятся к наиболее личной и конфиденциальной информации о человеке. Они могут включать в себя такие сведения, как раса или этническое происхождение, политические убеждения, религиозные и философские убеждения, профессиональную принадлежность, медицинскую информацию, биометрические данные, информацию о финансах и кредитной истории и так далее. Данные этой категории персональных требуют особой защиты и обработки, так как их раскрытие или использование может привести к дискриминации, стигматизации и других негативных последствиям для человека. Формирование законодательства, комплексно обеспечивающее правовое регулирование отношений, связанных с защитой персональных данных, относится к числу наиболее сложных задач государства. В настоящее время в странах Центральной Азии активно развивается правовой институт защиты персональных данных, однако следует отметить, что законодательство не регулирует многие вопросы в сфере защиты персональных данных граждан. К ним можно отнести отсутствие национальных законодательств в положениях о мерах оперативного реагирования при утечке персональных данных, необходимых для минимизации последствий такой утечки, а также отсутствие обязательств по уведомлению уполномоченных органов для собственника или оператора. Обеспечение цифровой приватности – сложная проблема, затрагивающая права и законные интересы публичного и частного сектора. По оценке национальных экспертов, необходим пересмотр законодательства Центральной Азии по защите персональных данных и внесение в него корректив, отражающих современные виды применения усовершенствованных технологий. Развитие цифровой экономики, даже при всех его благих целях, не должно иметь следственного отказа защиты прав и свобод человека. Любая проводимая в настоящее время и предлагаемая бизнес-практика должна предусматривать проведение оценок ее последствий для неприкосновенности частной жизни с тем, чтобы была возможность для рассмотрения и предоставления информации о том, каким образом политика и технологии обеспечивают смягчение рисков для неприкосновенности частной жизни. По аналогии с европейским правом, как уже было сказано нашей коллегой, о защите персональных данных, законодателям из стран Центральной Азии следует рассмотреть возможность внедрения правового механизма оценки рисков Генерального регламента по защите персональных данных GDPR. Следует отметить, что процедура оценки рисков DPI используется не всегда, только в случаях, когда обработка данных сопряжена с высоким риском нарушения прав и законных интересов граждан. Для добросовестного и эффективного развития и использования технологий общество должно располагать современными эффективными правовыми инструментами независимого контроля за соблюдение прав человека на неприкосновенность личной жизни и конфиденциальности персональных данных. Также следует отметить, что на законодательном уровне для продвижения информационной политики, стратегии и правовых мер, позволяющих укрепить целостность и сбалансированность информационного пространства, страны Центральной Азии являются государственным-членом Межпарламентской ассамблеи государств СНГ, совместно разрабатывают совместные предложения национальных парламентов стран Содружества по вопросам, предоставляющим взаимный интерес в этом направлении. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree with you more with respect to the institute that you mentioned. I think the first kind of task, I think our panelists would agree, is that domestically, as you're going through a process, you have to have something to formulate a risk assessment, right? It's key. And I think that using the IGF to discuss these issues would be a great opportunity. So hopefully you'll be able to take back what you hear here and take it back to Tajikistan and continue those efforts. Last but not least, from the island of Barbados, Ms. Marcia Cattle, what steps are underway in Barbados to rebuild public trust in elections and the democratic system?
Thanks. That's a big question.
It's loaded.
It's very loaded. Let me just set some context by saying that Barbados is a small island in the Caribbean, population of 270,000 about and declining, which is another of the existential threats that we're facing: falling population and aging population. But Barbados has always had, since independence, a history of stable, free, and fair elections and a high degree of political stability. I think it's important to set that context because, the circumstances in which we are talking about these issues of maintaining democracy and democratic participation are against the backdrop of expectations of stability and truth. Mm-hmm. The other thing that we have in Barbados is extremely high internet and digital penetration. Mm-hmm. So you'll see our numbers say something like 114% mobile penetration. So we are kind of over the maximum, right? People have very immediate access to information and high expectations about that information. So then the question becomes about not just access, but meaningful access and use as we talk about these issues. Just before I got on a plane to come here, the Office of the Prime Minister in Barbados had to push out urgently warnings about a deep fake that had just been circulating. And I want to share the example because it highlights not just the domestic issues when it comes to democratic participation and trust, but also the potential risk to destabilize global relations, international relations, and foreign policy. The deep fake was about the Prime Minister saying something in relation to another major world power and saying untruthfully that Barbados was taking a certain diplomatic stance with respect to this country. Now that has the potential to completely, especially in this current global political environment, to completely put at risk a lot of what a country is doing with respect to policy and global engagement. So we're not just talking about domestic trust, but we're talking about international and a country's global position in the world. And so I wanted to say a little bit in answer to your question about what we're doing. One of the things I think is very important is this issue of democratic literacy. How do people interact with policy conversations, with electoral processes? So one example, one of the things that we've tried to do simply is to push out as much truth and transparency as we can. Start to get people accustomed to an environment of truth and evidence, because that, even before we started talking about technology, is perhaps something that hasn't been as strong as we would like. So for example, we have these joint select committees of Parliament that consider issues before they're passed, consider legislation that have to do with governance, with social issues, and so on, and they're broadcast. There are very few things that the Prime Minister says, speeches, engagements, that are not broadcast either in real time or recorded and shared. And why? Because we want to be able to get people used to the idea of truth. This is the original source, and this is where you can find it. You can find it on these channels, you can find it in these ways. The other thing that we're working on is investing in a tech ecosystem that can balance or build tools that essentially fight against misinformation. So that there are others who are investing very heavily in misinformation. What can we do to invest in creators, tech creators, who are going to combat that with things that promote truth? One of the things, though, that we think is very important is encouraging platforms to return to more robust methods of verification. We think that that is critical. And I'll say very quickly, I think it was Rebecca who said earlier that political speech is very protected in general in your jurisdiction. The interesting thing is that while political speech is protected and while, I can sit in one jurisdiction in a country like Barbados and see things proliferating about political actors in my space. On the other hand, as a political actor on a social media platform sitting in Barbados, I am not trusted to generate content. And so as soon as I try to generate content as a politician, I'm told, well, actually, you're a politician, and we're not sure that you should be able to say these things on our platform. So the question of being able to combat misinformation is also, I'm also constrained because of some of the rules that platforms that are generated in other parts of the world but impact the way I can talk to my constituents, the way that they operate. So I think that these are some of the ways that we've started to really try and encourage an environment of real evidence and truth. There is legislation. I was the minister who brought cybercrime legislation. We took it to the Joint Select Committee. We heard evidence, we heard pushback, we heard concerns on human rights from citizens, and we amended the legislation. And so I think that this is a healthy way to get people in the conversation and make sure that we realize that democratic participation and adherence to truth and evidence is everybody's concern.
Thank you very much. So we've talked an array of different areas in terms of what we're doing, within our governments, the challenges that we're facing. What else, we'll start back with you, Senator, but what are the other gaps that we're missing, right? I think there's room there where we can recognize the existing challenges that are there, but are there areas that we're not focusing on, maybe that could help us kind of bring this together? And then the second piece of that is that on the non-legislative side, right, are there areas where we can collaborate? Obviously, the IGF is a great platform, right? But are there other areas that we could be doing on an international front, right? Because we're looking at it from a domestic lens, right, to make sure that we come together. So I'll start with you.
Thank you very much. Now, because we are parliamentarians, I have noticed that we tend to focus on the impact of technology in the political space. But I would want us to think broader and imagine the innovation in the health sector, for instance, with digital technology. How will telemedicine look like? And how should Parliament anticipate the possibilities of human rights violations with advancement of digital technology in the health sector? And therefore, how would that law look like? So we should not be fixated with a particular law that would deal with matters digital technology. We need to think broadly to see, would we need to look at the laws in the health sector? Do we need to tweak something in the health sector, in the water sector, in the other sectors, so that we know the dangers that we are seeing now around democratic spaces could actually extend and have even more profound implications to the common person. So we need to think broadly around that and agree on how best to deal with this. So I think laws on digital technology are not about a particular legislation. It's cross-border, and we need to think beyond this and allow our professionals in all sectors to help us think around this. Now, when it comes to thinking on what to do internationally and nationally, first to thank the IGF for the proactive way in which they are actually moving this agenda and getting us to learn and also discuss more within their forums. In the Africa space, we have, African parliamentarians have actually taken the liberty to form the African Parliamentary Caucuses, the Africa-wide, in West Africa, in East Africa, so that we can actually compare notes and know that what happens in Tanzania will affect us, in Kenya will affect those in Malawi, will affect those in Nigeria. So we need to start borrowing from each other and listening to each other and learning to grow on this. And beyond legislation, we need to find out how the mechanisms we have in place could be built upon to do, somebody in the morning talked about a mechanism for auditing information. How would that look like? Kenya has the Data Commission Protection, the Data Protection Commissioner. It also has the Media Council. Should we add onto their mandate some more clauses that would help us to monitor the area better? Do we need maybe an African Union or East African Community mechanism that will help us to check the situation further? So there is all these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 10 minutes left of this section, then we're going to go into some Q&A. So I'm just going to go down the line. Rebecca, I'll turn to you next.
So I think that where I'm sitting, one of the things that is missing is technology for good. We see sort of technology in the hands of very few players right now that are, for better or worse, profit-driven. And how do we push technology to be the solution in the technology age? And I think that that's something that we really need to be working on, both locally in California, but also globally. And so part of what we're trying to figure out is how can we fund that? How can we put more money into our academic institutions to have the compute power to compete with the largest AI companies? Right now, the only companies able to build large language models are these very well-funded companies, and our academics need to be in that space. Our civil society needs to be playing in this space to create technology for good. There's one example for us in the United States. On the intellectual property front, the University of Chicago created an AI model that allows you to put something into your copyrighted material that if a model is trained with your material, it will actually refuse it, if you will. And that's not a legal protection, it's a technology protection. And those are the kind of tools that I think we need to really allow us to battle against, as you said, the misinformation and the disinformation ecosystem that is growing and can, I believe, be solved in part by better technology for good. And we have a real role in doing so. And part of that, the reason we believe we're home to so many of these companies is our academic institutions, is the training that they provide. And if we're investing in technology for good at our academic institutions, are we then putting people into the world to create companies for good? And how do we create that ecosystem, I think, is really important. And then I'll say on the global landscape, I think it is this kind of collaboration. I think it is understanding we're all trying different things. We're all out there in a world that was created over the last decade, trying to find solutions to very new problems. And as has been said many times today, this technology is moving faster than the policy. And so to the extent that we can listen to each other and hear what is working in your jurisdiction and how can I bring it home to help the people where I live, I think we're better off, because we have to move fast in order to protect our societies, and the only way to do that is in collaboration and partnership.
Thank you, Rebecca. Gunda? Well, I think I'll pick up on technology for good. And as you were talking about democratic literacy, we know very well that being able to adapt digitally does not necessarily translate to democratic literacy or media literacy. But one of the reasons why I wanted to focus on independent media in the beginning is because the example of Norway is also an example of how digital adaptability enabled us to still have quite a high level of trust in media, and how that technology actually were able to create a foundation for people being able to access, independent media, being able to have this high level of media literacy that we are very fortunate to have. And I think it's such a good example because in the, months and years that we're moving towards, using that same kind of inspiration on taking technology as a tool to enable to have more transparency, making sure that we adopt technology that strengthens these kind of institutions that we want to uphold, strengthen democracy it is such an opportunity. They are so easy to point at all the challenges because they are so evident and apparent to us, but it's also such big possibilities in having these tools that are also can create more transparency. Just as a small example to end off, we have a lot of complaints from journalists in Norway of how much time we're using to, review their applications for access for information in government institutions. You know, it's such a small example of how you can simplify a lot of these processes as well. That ensures the whole process being more simple, easier accessible for journalists, and also more transparent for the public. Thank you.
Yes. So I think that, you know, creating this culture of evidence so that people feel that, okay, should I propagate something if I cannot show that it is true? I think that is something that has certainly helped. But also investing in the kind of learning, certainly in countries in global majority countries, investing in the kind of learning that will allow our people to create tools that they find useful and that they generate and are able themselves to trust. One of the ways in Barbados that we started when I was Minister of Technology is to be able to train people in things like data analytics and data science. And this is not just in formal academic institutions, but partnering with companies. There's one, for example, that does a lot of work on the continent of Africa called Zindi that we're working with so that people can learn some of these skills and be able to create tools and play in that space. We think that there's an AI value chain, which means that for some countries in the global majority, it may not be practical to say we are going to build these large language models, but we can create at some part of that value chain and start to create some of these technology tools. So I do think that the culture of evidence to support strong legislation and establishing sources of truth that people see that they can trust is a part of the puzzle as well.
Thank you.
Headsets for folks.
Хочу добавить и отметить, что политика глобальных платформ отличается для разных стран и регионов. Если, например, данные граждан ЕС защищают GDPR, то малые развивающие страны в регионах Азии лишены такого приоритета. К примеру, законодательство Таджикистана хоть и приближено к GDPR, но все равно остаются нерешены многие вопросы, такие как трансграничная передача данных третьим лицам в целях улучшения продукта компании. Можно улучшить законодательство стран, и законодатели Таджикистана всегда работают над этим вопросом, однако остается вопрос про применительные практики. Контролировать исполнение и применение правоприменительных рычагов для исполнения сложно ввиду ограниченного рынка для глобальных платформ. И в связи с этим, я думаю, необходимо, чтобы глобальные платформы тоже со своей стороны максимально уравнивали свои политики для всех пользователей, независимо от страны пользователя.
Thank you very much. So now we have just under 30 minutes left for the session, but we're going to do Q&A. We have two areas. Oh, there's two microphones placed. What you can do is there's two lines. You can form two queue lines. There's spotlights on this one over here on the right. And then if you can go to the microphone, make sure to state your name and affiliation, please. Thank you.
Hi, I will make my question in Spanish. So put the headphones.
Spanish translation.
Eric Iriarte del Tribunal de Ética del Consejo de la Prensa Peruana. En los procesos electorales hay un problema básico que es una masiva acción hacia moverse hacia el voto digital. Hemos tenido en América Latina ya un par de problemas, uno en la transmisión de los datos, no precisamente en el proceso electoral, sino en la transmisión, y el otro en los procesos electorales, y son los casos de Bolivia y Venezuela hace unos años atrás. Se está viendo un movimiento de retroceso en el declarar inconstitucionales los votos electrónicos en diversos países, no solamente de la región de América Latina, sino también en otros países del mundo. Desde el punto de vista legislativo de sus países, ¿cómo se puede evitar la mala utilización de estos sistemas electrónicos, en especial el voto electrónico, para evitar afectar los procesos democráticos? Y esto complementariamente a los procesos previos a las elecciones, tal como ocurrió en Rumania, donde se utiliza desinformación o misinformation, si quieren ponerlo de esa manera, para afectar un proceso electoral. Entonces tenemos por un lado los problemas previos a los procesos electorales y los problemas en los procesos electorales, que lo curioso es que son los parlamentos los que establecen las reglas de votaciones y muchas veces por una facilidad tecnológica o un afán de querer tanto la tecnología, terminamos utilizando voto electrónico y afectando la democracia.
Thank you for that. I'm looking to the panel. Do we have any takers? Maybe, Rebecca, I'm looking at you first.
Sorry.
Takers for the question?
Yes. Take a few questions. Were you looking at?
Yeah, we're going to take a couple more, and then we'll, yeah, okay, because there's a long line forming. Okay, let me go to this side, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Raul Manuel, and I am a member of parliament from the Philippines, representing the youth. In our country, we have also witnessed lots of examples of the use of artificial intelligence, especially generative AI, for disinformation. And just recently, we have public elected officials who have endorsed the use of AI for virus ends, even for political objectives. That can be dangerous, especially if it suits their own political goals. So my question is particularly addressed to our representative from California, but if others would also want to respond, that would be welcome. I'd like to ask about the progress of your efforts or legislation in particular to requiring the watermarking of content, especially if they use AI, because it will really help people to distinguish the contents that they have on their feeds so that they will not be victims of targeted disinformation that uses generative AI. That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anya Schifrin, Columbia University. So thank you for the kind words about universities. Assemblymember Rebecca Bauer-Kahn, we need them right now. Quick question. We're starting some new work on deep fakes used for financial scams. We believe this may be something that could be a bipartisan area of concern. We're impressed by Taiwan's laws against this. Just wondering if any of you have experience with these kinds of laws and can tell us what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a few more on this one.
Say we're never going to remember all these questions. Be careful.
Take this side.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Senator Kenneth Pugh from Chile, South America. And I would like to ask the panel precisely about an issue. We are human beings. Humans, we have human rights, and that's Article 19 in the chapter of the human rights. Problem is, in order to get confidence, we need to know each other, we need to talk, we need to have a will, and then we will trust. So human beings need to be in contact. How we are going to achieve that in the digital environment with digital trust, when we are providing one of the most important rights, which is freedom of expression to artificial intelligence, which are not humans. How we're going to define who has a human identity? It doesn't mean that we are getting the ID provided by the government. How we are going to differentiate humans from not humans in the cyberspace? How we will know if they are minors or not? Because in the real life, we can see them. Yeah? It's a young boy or girl. But how we will do it in the cyberspace? If you have anything to share, I will be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So why don't we pause there and start addressing before we go through the whole line, and I lose track of all the questions. So why don't we start directly with his? Anybody on stage want to go first?
Yeah, I think Rebecca will end up talking a lot longer, so let me take the last one.
Yeah.
Let me take the last one about how do you, really this is about intent. The last question, how can you differentiate the origin of an idea or a certain set of information? And I think it is less about origin and more about output. That's going to be what we end up having to regulate and legislate, because it is going to be very difficult to say, just like often we don't know now, we can't see the author behind something. We may be able to eventually verify, But that takes time, and more people are very impatient when it comes to information. But I think one of the things that we're going to have to concern ourselves with is really verification of what is generated, and as well as being able to tell where it was generated from. So to be able to require that we can see that this particular output used AI, but also to be able to use different pieces of legislation to generate output. So for example, we've seen cases recently where there was coercion used to get young people to do certain things, and this came from an AI actor. And what that jurisdiction, I don't want to mention which country it was in, but what that jurisdiction ended up having to start to look at is, well, what is the kind of content, no matter the source, that can make its way into this space where vulnerable people are represented? And to start to use kinds of keyword technology and authentication technology to say, look, because this content has come into this space, it cannot be allowed here because of the nature of the people who are here, whether they're young people and children and so on. So I think that, as you say, it's going to be very difficult more and more to kind of police the difference between the two, but I think identifying the origin and then regulating or being able to direct the content and the outcome is going to be more and more the kinds of work that we're going to have to do.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Senator.
On the issue, I think it was the first question about what can Parliament do about electoral laws and electoral systems where there is misuse of technology, I guess, for rigging elections. My view is that a good electoral system is largely dependent on the electoral management body. Because for the fraud to happen, whether with AI or any other, it usually will take place with some collusion by people within the electoral management board. So whether it is through the person they procure to carry out the elections, whether it is through their own IT systems, and Kenya has usually gone to the Supreme Court to discuss the issue of manipulation of the transmission of elections, the electronic transmission of the presidential results. And we've had issues where, for instance, the last election, the electoral management body completely refused to open the servers to audit the electoral system that transmitted the results. So I believe it's not so much the technology as is a corrupt set of minds that are behind this whole thing. And I believe if electoral management bodies remained neutral, then elections, whether digitally driven or not, will remain credible.
Thank you. I know both, I was looking at Gunda and Rebecca, you guys are both vying for one, so I'll let you go first.
Please.
No, I just want to start there, which is I love that perspective. In the United States, every state runs their own elections, and so it's done differently across our whole country. And I think that this is a question not just is the election integrity real, but do people believe it, right? I mean, part of what holds our democracy up is sort of an agreed principle that our elections are free and fair, and that's been a challenge. And so I do think that one of the things that's critical personally is a paper trail. So even if you're using a machine, that you get a receipt, that there is a way to audit it, which I think is so critically important. So I'll just add that on. Somebody asked about our watermarking legislation in California. Last year we did pass a law, and it was signed by the governor, that requires the platforms to show a watermark in a few years. And we did that because we wanted to signal to the innovation economy that California was going to require this, because we knew that although the technology isn't there today, if we required it, the brilliant minds out there would create the technology because there would be a market for it. So I believe that's coming, which is very exciting, I think, for the whole world. This year, we're moving a piece of legislation that would require the devices, so your camera, to have embedded in it the technology that would authenticate. We actually, as a legislature, we're one of the entities that used Adobe's technology for the first time, where every image we took in-house was run through their watermarking technology, so that when we then put it out into the world, we could trace it back. We could prove whether this was a real image or whether it was a doctored image. So that technology is coming. We've gotten to see it in practice, and I think it's really exciting because it is one of the things that will enable us to see fiction from reality. There was a question about financial scams. That's something that has come up. We have not moved legislation yet on AI and financial scams, but I think it's so important. And I think the foundation of that is privacy legislation. Part of why the financial scams are getting so sophisticated is because there is so much access to information about every single one of us. When they call and they say they're your aunt or your uncle and they know your children's names, you fall for that scam in a way you wouldn't if they didn't have that much information about you. So part of it is protecting privacy, which I think is critical. And then the second piece is making sure that, as you said, this isn't just about AI legislation. It's about legislation. We already have laws that outlaw these type of scams. So how do we say that it's as much a violation of the law if it's done by a real person or done by an AI tool? And making sure that our laws that protect our communities extend out to all AI actors, which I think goes perfectly to the last question, which was about this question about AI being humans. And that's an interesting question in the United States because we just had a court for the first time have to struggle with this question. There was a chat bot that a young boy in Florida died by suicide because a chat bot told him to take his own life. And the mother has sued the company, and the company claims they had a First Amendment protected right to speak. They had a right to speak. The chatbot could say whatever it wanted. And the court said, no, the chatbots do not have constitutional rights like humans do. So that was a huge win. It's one court, but I think it's a step in the right direction to saying these AI companies are not humans. They are not the same as you and I. They do not have the rights that we do. And really pushing that forward, I think, will be critical in making sure that we have the protections necessary from these AI tools.
Well, piggybacking off that, I think it's important to remember as politicians and legislators that we should not meet this whole new world of technology with panic and believing that we do not have anything legislated already, because most things are already quite heavily legislated. And sometimes it has to be amended, and sometimes we need to come up with new legislation, but most of things are already legislated. We just have to see how technology fits into it. And I think this relates to a lot of the different questions that are put forward here. And talking about the scam as well, I think this is, AI used in scams, it falls under, I think if you look in any kind of country and legislative space, you see that this would fall under what is already in criminal codes. But the issue is really that there is a lack of cooperation between countries in order to tackle these new challenges. And I think when you see, we have a really good example that came out in Norwegian media just a few weeks ago of a system called Magic Cat. And it's a great piece of journalism that is available in English as well. You can Google it. And it shows how sophisticated these kind of scams are and how not well prepared Norwegian society in this case was also to actually tackle these kind of international scams. So I think international cooperation is often more the answer than coming up with the exact new legislation. And just a quick remark on the watermarking side of it. We have a good case study about this in the Norwegian society as well. The media landscape in Norway came together to create this technology and are cooperating with BBC and New York Times, a lot of these big media outlets, to have good watermarking technology implemented in journalism. But what is the key component of that is not, having this kind of verification check, but is having the information accessible for people to who took the photo, where is it from, these kind of essential information that gives people an opportunity to make their own decision upon the content and are not trying to force them to, by saying this is real or this is not real. So I think this is something also to remember for us as politicians, that we need to give people the fundamental information, just not always trying to decide for them.
Thank you. So we are running out of time, but I want to see if we can be really efficient in the queue line. I know that there's some members of Parliament that is also looking to ask some questions. So can we just do really truncated questions, make sure they're not too long, so we can get some quick responses before we go into the closing part. Please.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. معكم منير سرور من مملكة البحرين، عضو في مجلس البرلمان. هل تستطيع سماعي أو you want me to speak in English? Is it okay in Arabic?
English would be great.
Okay. طبعا اليوم أنا أتكلم عن قضية صعبة، احنا في وضع ضبابي والعالم في تسارع. يعني we have no شو ما تقول مساحة واسعة بين العلم وبين الواقع اللي احنا فيه. طبعا نشكر اول شيء IGF على المعلومات والنتورك اللي حصلناها خلال تواجدنا في المشاركه كاعضاء، ومساله اتكلم عنها اليوم شلون احنا يعني كبرلمانيين او مشرعين نقدر نحافظ على المعلومه والحريه، حريه المعلومات، يعني خصوصيه والشفافيه. امساك من مشوي كنا في احد المحاضرات كان تكلم احد المتحدثين عن البرلماني عندهم باور، they have the power، عندهم القوة والقوة ان يتحكمون في التشريعات بحيث يعني يحمون المجتمع. احنا نقول اليوم صعبة التشريعات تتغير، التكنولوجيا تتطور يوم بعد يوم وتكون واقع تشريعات صعبة. لو سوينا تشريع اليوم بكره بيجينا يعني التكنولوجيا بتتطور، اذا احنا بيكون في وضع صعب. سؤالي اليوم هل ممكن احنا من في قوة أخرى غير التشريعات لنحمي الخصوصية في نفس الوقت يكون عندنا فريدوم، عندنا حرية، عندنا يعني الشفافية؟ احنا بين شفافية وبين حرية، نبغى نحمي المجتمع. هل نقدر نخلي المحتوى او الاي اي الذكاء الصناعي يعني يساعدنا او هو يعني يتحكم في المحتوى بحيث ما نعتمد على البشر؟ احنا حاليا المعلومه صارت عند الاي اي، هي قاعده تطلع معلومات والناس قاعدين مسيوزة استخدام سيء. هل نقدر من الفنيين او المسؤولين نعمل المحتوى يعني بالانس او يعني في هو يساعد نفسه يعني تبروتكت المحتوى، نخلي الاي اي هو يحمي المحتوى اللي يطلع للناس. وشكرا.
Okay. Can we quickly move to the side? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Hugo Carneiro, and I'm an MP from Portugal. So the questions are this. Social networks should verify news and fake news and misinformation, but following the US elections, we came aware that, for example, Facebook, Meta, will stop doing that kind of verifications. What do you think that we should do? So regulation should be a solution for these kind of cases, or we should trust in these big companies to verify this information? Second question, something that a colleague asked before about the ID. When we want to open an account, a bank account, for example, even if we use a cell phone, we have face recognition, we can take a photo from our ID. Should we implement these solutions, for example, when someone wants to open an account in a social network, because there are a lot of fake profiles, and I don't see other solution if we don't give a stronger step on this. And a last question. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, announced that probably he will enact laws to prohibit youngsters under 15 years old to have a social network account. So there are a lot of misinformation and fake news that influence the political decisions that our youngsters are taking or are learning. Do you believe that a solution or a path should be to prohibit youngsters of having social network accounts? Thank you.
So we're going to have time for one question for each side, and we'll try to do our best in a kind of a lightning round respond to this. I wish we had more time. But one more question from each, and I would encourage you at the conclusion of this, there will be a reception this evening. Some of the MPs, you'll be able to kind of engage with them there if you don't get a chance to answer your question here now. So one more on each side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John K.J. Kiarie, Member of Parliament in Kenya, and it is to all the people on the panel, including the moderator, and mine is to ask, to your mind, what do you think are practical, pragmatic steps that IGF can take to place responsibilities not only on big tech developers, but also on economies that are advanced and jurisdictions that are advanced to an extent that they are feeding all the other countries with the technology they are doing, so that we have so much of technological dumping. Because to imagine that countries in places like Africa will at one point be at par with Silicon Valley is a fallacy. To imagine that such advanced economies do not have responsibilities is also wrong. We are here at IGF. It takes a lot for even some of these countries to be represented at IGF. And we have real cases of technological dumping that does not speak to even the basic human rights. In Kenya, for example, we had a company walk into the country and start collecting biometric data, scanning people's irises, and inducing vulnerable populations with tokens in the name of WorldCoin. And the behavior that they brought to Kenya are things that they would never do in their own countries, even with the existing laws. But whenever the countries in the Southern Hemisphere raise this, we are told to go and develop our own laws. So I'm asking, is IGF practically able to rein in on us so that we can place responsibilities not only on big tech, but even on countries that develop this technology to the extent that they carry responsibility to carry everyone along? Because as we speak today, even as we talk about internet, everything about internet is never manufactured in Africa. We do not manufacture the fiber optic cables. We do not manufacture the devices. We do not have a single satellite in the terrestrials. To imagine that we are all on the same table and working on the same laws at IGF and working on the same conventions would be a fallacy. So I am asking practically, is IGF able to do what the world did on the onset of the nuclear weapons? Because that was fast. We are here in the 20th IGF, but when we look at nuclear, the bomb was invented in 1945, and by 1957, there were already treaties that were putting responsibilities on the developers and on the inventors of that technology. When will that happen for internet? When will that happen for social media? When will that happen for big tech? When will that happen for the countries that are so advanced? Because if we do not do anything right now, we will end up exacerbating the divisions that exist and the disparities that exist. And what will happen with this AI is that my people will be condemned to digital plantations, just like they were condemned with sugarcane and with coffee and with all these other things that happened in slave trade. To imagine that we will all work together as a world is a big fallacy. What practical examples can we take out of IGF? What practical actions can we take to put responsibilities where it belongs? Because to imagine that we are all okay and at par would be a big fallacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So for the last question, what we're going to do, we'll do something a little bit different. Instead of having everybody respond to all of those questions, why don't we package that in our closing remarks? And we'll start with Mr. Alazotis because he didn't get a chance to respond, and that way we can still finish. One last question? Yes. One side.
I try to be very brief.
Thank you.
And a concrete question to Kachin Mumma, because I would be very interested in a Kenyan perspective on this issue. You said earlier that you hope that IGF will help to facilitate a code of conduct for social media organizations, platforms. I'm wondering if you really think that that will be enough, a voluntary code of conduct for social media organizations, or if we rather need more like standards regulation plus also alternative platforms that actually work for democracy instead of undermining it, that work for freedom of speech instead of restricting it, and what is a Kenyan perspective on these kind of new social media platforms, who could do it, how, and what would be something that you would want there. My name is Anna Luhrmann. I'm a member of parliament from Germany. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So what we're going to do, as I said, we'll start with Mr. Alizota. If you can, I know you didn't get a chance to respond in the first round, so as you're thinking about your closing remarks, you can try to think it and kind of contextualize it in a way that you can respond to some of these questions from the audience. Thank you.
Хорошо, спасибо, Николис. Я согласен с предложением представителя Кении. Действительно, консолидация усилий парламентариев и экспертов всех стран в обсужденных вопросах в защите и сохранении информации еще раз подтверждает тот факт, что ни одна страна не может быть в стороне в данном вопросе. Становясь равноправным участником этих взаимоотношений в интернете, мы должны соответственно относиться к общепринятым условиям и мерам регулирования сохранения целостности информации в целом. Я уверен, совместный глобальный обмен знаний и практики в рамках форума IGF дадут всем нам возможность разработать эффективную политику для защиты и сохранения целостности информации, а также гармонизировать регулирующее законодательство в каждой стране глобальными принципами и стандартами. Спасибо.
Thank you. You know, to the brother from Kenya who just spoke, this is deja vu all over again, as they say. I worked for many years on climate justice, and still am. And this is really a kind of a repeat of that conversation, right? That we saw the dumping, in this case of greenhouse gas emissions. We experienced it, we suffered from it, and then we started to slowly try to regulate a global system that would see, you know, the polluting countries start to invest in adaptation and mitigation, and it's been a long, arduous process that is not settled. And so for me, we have to learn the lessons of nuclear regulation. We have to learn the lessons of climate that we're still experiencing now, and to be able to say, look, these are the things that we require of major tech countries and major tech companies. For example, you'll see that major social network companies and creators can benefit hugely. They don't even have to physically come to a country and collect data, but they can benefit hugely just from pushing information into a jurisdiction where there is little control. So I agree with you. I cannot speak to whether IGF is that place, but I do think that we have to learn the lessons of the last 3 decades in climate and in other areas, and rather than having it take another 3 decades to come to a global compact that is about accountability, that needs to happen now. We already have models for it. We already know what that looks like, and it's just time to act in a global way.
Well, IGF certainly can be a space where we are able to find this kind of common ground, and I really hope it will be, because this is such an international question that I think, you know, often trying to regulate this in our national jurisdiction is just creating a lot of Swiss cheese for these companies. And while it is delicious with Swiss cheese, it's not always good for you. And I really do believe that we need to find these spaces where we work together internationally in order to find this common ground, a common set of rules. And there are a lot of challenges, and I think a lot of the questions points to those challenges. When in terms of verification, having a set rule on verification also excludes vulnerable people in vulnerable situations, or is able to exclude them. Having people in making sure that in areas that are able to actually speak up is also important. Requiring an age verification for children to access networks, whilst it is an active discussion in Norway as well, it still has the dilemmas of, children also have fundamental rights in order to gain information, be active in, they are not small people that are being put in a room until they become adults. They should be an active part of society. These are all dilemmas that we have to navigate as well, while we still try to protect but not overprotect.
Thank you so much. Rebecca?
Yeah, I think what is being said is really at the crux of all of it, which is global cooperation. I think, we talk about so much of what the world has done, and we've gone different directions. I don't know if we have MPs from Australia here, but they have banned social media for young people. How is that going for them? Is it having the problems you describe? I think we can learn so much from one another and really move the ball forward, because as the gentleman from Bahrain said, policy moves slower than technology, and I think only through that collaboration can we really move forward in a way that protects our communities. There was a question about privacy versus some of these society-protecting tools, and I think we can figure this out together. We're moving a piece of legislation this year that would require the devices to be able to verify your identity, so that you don't have to share that with the platforms. That there is a way technologically to do that in a privacy-protective way. And if we do that together, I think we can move the world forward, not have Swiss cheese, and have societies that are protected from some of the ills that we've talked about today. And I want to acknowledge that, I live in one of those jurisdictions that is responsible for these tech companies, and the weight of that is real. And you also can imagine how it affects our electoral politics, especially in a country where you can buy elections, and that's perfectly legal now in America. And so, we live in a very complicated political dynamic, but I will say that this topic of technology and its impact on society is becoming one of the most agreed upon political topics, because I think that we are living in a reality where we see the downsides, whether it be for our children and how their mental health is being affected, or our democracies and truth. And so I'm hopeful that even in the complicated country and democracy I live in, we'll be able to move forward solutions that will be protective, not just of our own people, but of the world.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you. Now, codes of ethics are the first tool for self-regulation for a lot of professionals and professional associations and organizations. So I think the first self-regulation opportunity lies in some codes of ethics. And since the big tech may not necessarily be in an association, where we can say, as an association, come up with a code of ethics, I'm thinking IGF could be a good space to initiate this. And I would want to suggest that you look at the IPU resolution on AI, also look at the IPU draft code of ethics on science and technology, which might give some suggestions on what could happen. But that would be actually extending some opportunity for big tech companies to realize that the freedoms may have, they may have crossed the lines in terms of freedoms, and what they're doing may be harming very vulnerable populations, especially in countries that may not be as enabled. And that brings me to the point my colleague KJ just raised around the more developed countries taking responsibility and the big tech companies taking responsibility in regard to what the negative sides of tech is happening in the more the developing countries. I would want to say first, we need to recognize that the international protective mechanism around human rights is breaking, as far as I'm concerned. We've seen what's happened in Gaza, and we are all helpless, or the world seems to be helpless, as a lot of human rights violations are happening, not just in Gaza, but in other places, in Sudan, in Ukraine, and wherever else. I would want to first query whether we need to reimagine what international cooperation was supposed to be, and whether that international cooperation can be rethought and reimagined to truly provide the protections that it's supposed to provide. Meantime, I think as the small countries, we may need to do what we have to do. One of the things I think from the morning session, I would think we must, in protection of our vulnerable populations, we must start putting conditionalities to the licenses that we give until that time when we will have the tech companies realize that, ruining our young people through facilitating access to what they wouldn't do in their own countries is a violation of human rights. That distorting, facilitating or enabling the distortion of elections in our countries in order for us to end up with wrong governments is a violation of our rights. So even as we place the responsibility to the United Nations and the international community, we must start looking inward and determine the incremental kind of arrangement that we will have with these companies to ensure that for the very vulnerable, we give conditionalities to the licenses before we give it, before we issue those licenses to the big tech companies. Thank you very much.
Wow. I'm seeing the flashing red. We should be done already. I just want to say, can we just give a round of applause to this great panel, this discussion? Thank you all. Two things that I just want to make sure that I underscore here. Number one is that this is still day zero. Day one is actually tomorrow, so this track will continue tomorrow morning. So make sure that you're looking at the schedule. You'll have more opportunities throughout the week to talk to some of these people on stage, through other sessions. So make sure you take advantage of that, especially the folks that didn't get a chance to as they were queuing to ask questions. One more thing before we close. For all members of Parliament that will be going to an event and reception at the Parliament this evening, what you're going to do when we leave here, we'll exit out and go to the left and down. There will be some folks waiting for you guys to take you. The bus, I believe, that's going to escort you leaves at 1600, so 4 p.m. If you have any questions, you can come talk to some of us as we come off the stage as well. But again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your week. Thank you.
Yeah.
the influence of global tech companies is growing across the political, social, and economic realms. While the actions of big tech shape our information ecosystems, transparency is often lacking, including on how the platform's priorities and interests shape algorithms. Disinformation represents an imminent threat to fundamental freedoms. It can induce societal polarization, distrust, and instability. Fighting disinformation requires measures that ensure media and information freedom, support literacy, and enforce transparency and accountability from online platforms. At the same time, the fight against disinformation must protect freedom of expression. How can we ensure a transparent and responsible information ecosystem with an informed public conversation, protection of human rights, free editorial media, and resilient citizenries? As big tech assumes an even greater role, are we as citizens and as nations losing the information space? Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Natalie Becker-Arkovic.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. And to some of you, welcome back. It's lovely to see you here again to the high-level session, Losing the Information Space. Losing the information space? Ensuring human rights and resilient societies in the age of big tech. In this session, presented by the IGF 2025 proud host country, Norway. I'm Natalie Becker-Arkovic, your moderator. Also, a huge welcome and welcome back to our online global audience who are watching from all corners of the world. Now, in this session, societies, as we see, enjoy immense benefits from their participation on platforms. But there are also threats as ethics, safety, and negative social impacts may be neglected for leverage in the global AI space or the global AI race. Now, disinformation represents an imminent threat to fundamental freedoms. It can induce polarization in society, distrust, and instability, as we have seen. So fighting disinformation really requires measures to ensure media and information freedom and literacy and transparency and accountability on the part of the online platforms to really mitigate these risks of potential misuse of platform power. So at the same time, the fight against disinformation must protect freedom and expression. And this requires a balancing act, a really delicate balancing act, if we talk about it, between security and fundamental freedoms. So as big tech assumes an even greater role in our communication and in our communication infrastructures, are we as citizens and as nations losing the information space? That is a question that has been asked here today, and hopefully our esteemed speakers and panelists will be able to answer that in part. You're also welcome to continue these conversations and try and connect with people and try and find answers and ways of working collaboratively together to create and maintain that delicate balance that we spoke about. How can we ensure a transparent and responsible information ecosystem with an informed public conversation, a protection of human rights, free editorial media, as well as resilient citizenries? Those are the questions we hope you'll be keeping in your mind as we dive into these panel discussions and hear from our speakers. So this high-level Leaders Track session will really discuss the ethical and governance challenges posed by platform power. Panelists will unpack how user attention capture leaves open risk for mis- and disinformation campaigns and explore the opacity of algorithmic priorities in the global AI race, as we mentioned. And also, we will see if we can debate some strategies to bolster transparency and accountability in this space. So I'm going to be introducing our speakers, and they're going to come on stage, and we're going to get into the conversation. Are you ready? Are you ready? Fantastic, that's great to hear. So first, we have Ms. Lubna Jaffrey, Minister of Culture and Equality in Norway. We have Lisa Pakosta, Minister of Justice and Digital Affairs in Estonia. We have Mr. Tibud Bruton, Secretary General for Reporters Without Borders. We have Ms. Lisa Hayes, Head of Safety for Public Policy and Senior Counsel for the Americas and TikTok. Mr. Bjorn Berger, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe. And we have Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz, the Secretary for the Dicastery of Communication in the Holy See. Please give us, or join me in giving them a warm round of applause as they join us on stage. Thank you. Yes, let's welcome them on stage with some more warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're very privileged and blessed here to have our representatives proudly from Norway and from all parts of the world who've all flown in to be here with us today and to have these very important conversations that will carry forward the work. So a warm welcome to you, our panelists, and thank you so much for joining us. Now I would like to invite opening remarks by Minister Jaffrey, Norwegian Minister of Culture and Equality. Minister, the stage is yours.
Excellencies, colleagues, experts, distinguished guests, I am delighted to be here on the first of 5 days of what I am sure will be constructive and intriguing talks about how we can work together to ensure an open, safe and free internet. Some of these talks arise from great challenges. 7 months ago, the results of the first round of the Romanian presidential election were annulled amid allegations of widespread influence operations and social media disinformation. This incident is not isolated. Manipulation on online platforms has become a well-known challenge to countries around the globe. According to reports from the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment, similar tactics have been used in attempts to mislead citizens in countries such as the United States, France, Georgia, and South Korea, just to name a few. The advancement of generative AI has only intensified this challenge. Today, disinformation can be produced and spread at an unprecedented scale and sophistication. AI-generated content that mimic real people are now widely accessible. These manipulative efforts are often subtle and can be deeply harmful. Propaganda and false narratives can spread like wildfire across social media, undermining trust in our fellow citizens, institutions, and the very fabric of our societies. The goals behind such campaigns are clear: to sway elections, erode solidarity, disrupt public discourse, and create instability. The consequences are not abstract. Disinformation can inflict real democratic, physical, and economic harm. While it is not new that actors who aim to destabilize societies and manipulate individuals use information as a weapon, information is also our strongest defense. Independent news media offers reliable sources to information, and disinformation thrives when there is a lack of an independent and diverse media landscape. However, news media's abilities to perform their function as watchdogs and providers of reliable information are challenged by big tech platforms. Journalistic content is an important part of what the platforms offer, but they are unwilling to share data, and the terms for media companies are still not satisfactory. Through transparency, knowledge, and free expressions, we need to ensure that the truth is easily available to those who look. When this is properly ensured, it is a recipe for success. In other words, the solution is not to prohibit expressions or untruths. The fight against disinformation needs to save, not suppress, freedom of expression. We must also ensure that inequality and discrimination is not transferred to or even amplified by the technologies we rely on. To ensure human rights and proper resilience across citizenries, the age of big tech, we must safeguard equality and inclusion. As the Norwegian government has stressed in our newly published national strategy to strengthen the resilience against disinformation, a robust media system, high levels of trust and high levels of media literacy and source awareness are important tools. Studies have found these factors to be of a major significance in the terms of how vulnerable a country is to disinformation. The strategy also emphasizes that we will hold big tech companies accountable and demand that they accept that their central role in our information space bring great obligations. Addressing this crisis requires more than national action. It demands global cooperation and strong regulations to hold tech companies accountable. But regulation alone is not enough. We need a united front, civil society, industry, academia, politicians and decision makers, working together to combat disinformation while safeguarding freedom of expression. Only through collective effort can we build resilience, societies that protect human rights, foster innovation, and preserve the integrity of our democracies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister Jaffrey, for delivering those opening remarks. And we are looking forward to having a meaningful conversation. Multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance is vitally important, as we've said before. And the context within which these conversations, challenging, difficult conversations, where we really are looking for ways forward and solutions to take the work forward in a good way are vitally important. So we thank all of you for being here today and all the representatives representing the various voices of this of the engagement. So our first question is, digital platforms have transformed how information is accessed and shared. What are some of the broader societal impacts you've observed from data-driven and engagement-oriented systems, and how can public interest governance address these dynamics? I'm going to ask that question only one more time because I know you only have 3 minutes each to answer. So, Ms. Lisa Lilly-Pacosta, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and it is really an honor to be here, and thank you for these opening words. I fully agree what you said, and I also think that if we could do everything that you said, that would be great. So the issue we are actually talking here is how to fulfill these very good perspectives we have as normal human beings in the era of democracy that we want to protect and the freedom of speech that we want to protect, while having new technological opportunities for also the bad guys available. But also not only the technological variety is out there, but also we can see that nothing from the physical life has also changed. So let us remember that also the false information before elections was widely spread in Pompeii, which was found from the archaeological excavations, and it was 79 year Anno Domini. So it is nothing new in the way we are dealing with, but we are dealing with this in the era of huge information revolution. So what has changed? I come from Estonia, which is a fully digitalized country where people have high trust to digital services, digital government, but we are also a neighboring country to Russia. And what we see, what has changed, is that we see constant hybrid attacks, so that information wars are spread on many more platforms than it has happened so far. And you very well took out the example from Romania, where the elections actually were attacked by Russia. So this is something that we clearly see on just new technological levels. The second thing is that what has changed is the education. So normally we have been used that we teach the children. They learn to read books and newspapers, and we have some time with the children to discuss these issues. Now we are in a totally different situation. And what we believe in Estonia is that we have to teach the children to be good users, clever users of the information that is out there and around there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lisa Lilly. We want to, Lisa Lee, we want to also perhaps continue a little bit on that point in our next question as well. So thank you so much for your contribution. Then Mr. Tybalt Bruten, Secretary General, Reporters Without Borders. What is your response to that question?
So, coming from a movement that historically and internationally defends journalism, I think we need to acknowledge the progress made in collecting and spreading information via these new tech platforms that have been built. I mean, that's the obvious thing that we may forget about in the current time of the history of tech companies today. Because there is so much dissatisfaction and so much talk about disinformation that maybe we tend to forget that in order to collect, to disseminate news, there has been huge opportunities and the news media have seized it to some extent. But that being said, we also see the risk because today the economy of the media, the news media, has been deeply weakened by the tech platforms. We have also seen a decline in the trust of the public. We've seen political movement weaponizing social media to their benefit. And also we've seen tech companies not endorsing their democratic role. So I think the main statement I'd like to make is like there are three things that we need to rethink. First of all, democracy shall win. I mean, I think nobody believes that anymore. We know that we need to protect democracies, that it's a long-standing, continuous daily effort. The truth will not prevail if we do not protect our information space. And third, it's a fantasy to believe that digital space is a private space run by tech companies. We have delegated it to them. It's something that's owned by the public to some extent. It's a public utility, and we need to claim it. We need to restore democratic guarantees in the digital space. That's what RSF believes in and what the Forum on Information and Democracy, which is a sister entity of RSF, believes in. And I'm also the president of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tybalt. And Mr. Bjorn Berger, what is your response to that in your 3-minute answer? Please.
Oh, thank you very much. And first of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. And of course, some of the more concerning impact is, of course, related to what has already been mentioned by other speakers, the spread of misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and so forth, which really aims very deliberately to manipulate public opinion and to destabilize even societies and certainly also can have an impact where it actually undermines democratic processes. And the minister also referred to some of the recent examples we have from elections. And then you really go to the core of a democracy. And this type of disinformation campaigns, this type of manipulation we have seen in several elections over the years. So it's a huge problem. And so the question is then next, what are we going to do to combat disinformation? I come from the Council of Europe. Of course, we focus very much also on standard setting, legal approach to many of these issues. And we have issued last year, as a matter of fact, a guidance note to all our 46 member states, all of Europe. And here we give some very concrete advice how to go forward. It's related to fact-checking and platform design and also user empowerment. We also have to deal with the more criminal aspects of this, the Cybercrime Convention, which over 70 countries, not only in Europe, but globally has joined. And they have activities now in over 130 countries. So I think this is also an important part of the work we do in this regard. But more concretely, how to address this, there's a number of issues I can mention. We will maybe come back to it also, I don't know with the time, but of course it's related to media literacy. And this is certainly not done overnight. I mean, here we need to have a long-term perspective, 5, 10 years, 15 years. It's related to fact-checking, as I already said. But there we are always too late. It's already had an impact, but still it's crucial. And then it's also issues related to how we can suspend or withdraw content. But again, by who? Yes, social media themselves, platforms have a role to play, but we have also seen a trend where this is getting more difficult and less a priority for some of them. So, and it's also about legislation, as I said. Of course, the EU Digital Service Act is very useful, but it's also then an issue of enforcement and implementation. So there are other issues as well, but to start with, we really need to go deeper. We need to know how systems are used or misused, and how the algorithms really, how they are behavior of it, and also how they are used in this context. So I don't know if I'm close to 3 minutes or I should go on.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to that in the next question. Perhaps we'll have a little time to round off. But now I'd like to, so thank you for your contribution. Now I'd like to go over to Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz. Monsignor Ruiz, how would you answer that question?
Well, I think that we need to understand that the digital culture touches many areas of the human life, but the deepest one comes from the field of the anthropology and also ethics. Because the digital culture touches the relationship between the persons, also the perception of the reality, the time, and also the way where we find answer to the existential questions. That is an approach to the reality that is really different in our culture. It means that also the ethical things are different, because if we see the reality in a different way, we act in a different way. Yeah. It means that everything that is digital is not just an instrument that conform and realize a new culture. That is really important, because it's used to us to think that the technology is neutral, and it's not. Because all technology born with an intention, and after we can apply another intention with the user use the technology. It's used to us to say the technology is neutral, we can use to good or to bad, but it's not. It's born with an intention. Means that it's necessary to act well the formation, the legislation, and the research. Also in the field of the anthropological fields, and also in ethical field.
Thank you so much for that input. Thank you, Monsignor Ruiz. And Minister Jaffrey, would you like to respond to that question?
Yeah, sure. I hope you're also going to ask TikTok about this, because we are all talking about the big tech platforms, and TikTok is present here. So first of all, I think it is important to acknowledge that the digital platform, in a sense, is a part of the democratization, because it gives and it allows a lot of us to speak what we want to say, and express what we want to say. But the problem is that there is also a lot of people that are silenced and not even heard. That is also the problem. And we know also that these platforms, the algorithms, they make us live in certain universes. So I'm a part of one universe, my neighbor is part of another universe, and we don't meet because we are part of echo chambers that enable the things we want to enable and the things we want to mean. So that is also a problem, because the common ground is lost in a sense when you also use a lot of time on the digital platforms. And we also know that digital platforms have had incidents where they have spread hate, radicalization. That is a problem. So I think what we need, and the Norwegian government's response to this, is that we need to support the media, for instance. This is important, and I know a lot of countries think this is very strange that the Norwegian government support editorial-led media, but this is one of our main responses against disinformation, because we need to have media literacy. We need young people to understand that social media can be positive, but it can also be negative. And you can't use social media to, know all the facts every time. You need editorial-led media, and that is one of our strongest responses in the strategy we have launched last week.
Thank you so much, Lubna. And of course, thank you, including TikTok in this conversation, which is very important. It's not an easy space to be in. We thank you for showing up in good faith and for being part of this conversation where all the voices need to be present in order to take this forward. So thank you, Lubna. And Lisa, the next question directed at you first. Emerging technologies are impacting both the spread and efficacy of mis and disinformation. So what is their potential for identifying and mitigating mis and disinformation, and how can their adoption be scaled responsibly? So each speaker has 4 minutes to answer this question. Lisa, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me here today and for TikTok being part of this really, really important conversation. I'm not sure that's a 4-minute question, to be fair. I think it is more like a 4-day question, or at a minimum a 4-hour question. So I hope that this is just the beginning of the conversation for those of us who are here this week, because I'm only going to be able to scratch the surface, but I'll give it a shot. There must be something in a name, because I do want to echo something that Lisa nodded at, the other Lisa, in her opening comments. This is not new. I mean, some of the issues we are facing in the digital space now are new platforms, but every time we've had a major technological leap forward, we have had problems of misinformation and disinformation. We started with the printing press, and we wound up with tabloids at the supermarket telling you that, the celebrity is having alien babies. And we started with radio, and we wound up with shock jocks. We started with commercial broadcast television, and we wound up with cable stations sort of on the edge. As a society globally, we have engaged in this digital literacy. We have figured out how to spot truth from lies, and we've learned how to digest all of this information. I'm not generally seen as an optimist, but I am a realist. We will come to grasp with everything that is happening with the new emerging technologies, and I think that we will, as societies, benefit from them more than we're harmed by them. I also want to nod at the role that mainstream journalism has brought to technologies. I know on TikTok, for example, if you want to learn from the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post or the BBC or the Guardian, all of those news entities do have verified accounts, and they put out very entertaining information that is reaching a whole audience and community that they would not otherwise be able to reach. Dare I say it, even the United Nations has a verified TikTok account and is using that account to push out information to 1 billion people around the world who otherwise might not be looking for that information. So that's the sort of positive sense of what we are doing. But beyond providing authoritative information, emerging technologies need to prioritize safety by design. We need to prioritize security by design. At TikTok, our policies prohibit harmful misinformation regardless of the poster's intent, and we remove accounts that repeatedly post this type of information. To go to your question, we do detect this misinformation using automated technology, user reports, proactive intelligence gatherings from experts, as well as our fact-checking partners. Technology is used to help us do this work at scale, to help us do this work rapidly even, so that we can catch problems before they begin. Currently, 80% of the content that we remove from our platform is identified through automation and technology. And as videos gain in popularity and start to gain more views, they go through additional rounds of content review to make sure that they comply with our platform guidelines. When we pair technology with human moderation, we have found that we are able to remove violative content 98% of the time proactively before it's reported to us as a platform. And we would not be able to do that without some of these new forms of content moderation. AI is enabling us to identify harmful misinformation, to segregate it as part of a video, and to send it to human review, to send it to fact checkers for independent assessment. And so those are some of the benefits of the things that we are able to do with automation right now. And as more creators explore AIGC, it is imperative that companies continue exploring new ways, new methods of advancing safety. And I know I'm at my 4 minutes because there's a large clock right in front of me, but we'll continue this conversation.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for that input. And we're looking forward to the responses also from our panel. Mr. Bjornberger, over to you. How would you answer that question in your 4 minutes?
Yeah, in terms of meeting then the challenges of disinformation and misinformation, yeah. I started really focusing a little on it already, but this is such a fundamental issue, I mean, for Europe, for the world, and what is important that we also have a clear strategy. And some of the elements in such a strategy is, of course, related to media literacy, as I said, also the issue of fact-checking, and also how we can ensure the suspension or the withdrawal of certain content. And also there is a legislative part to this, with certain need for regulations in this area. Already the EU Digital Services Act is of course very useful, but here, as I said, there is also a question of how we can help enforce it even better and secure its implementation. And maybe also there's time, you know, developments go so quickly here. Maybe there's time also to reflect a little on what are the lessons learned so far when it comes to this area of legislation and regulations. And so we need really to go into also how the systems are actually used and misused. And maybe we also need to understand human behavior better, particularly young people. And here we need actually more research. It seems today that young people go elsewhere, and today influencers have a huge impact. And there was a survey in the United States of young people, and 40% of them said that they go to influencers. I don't know the situation here in Norway or in other European countries, so that's why I call for more research and evidence on this, and also a certain focus on youth and young people in regard to this. And also, could we even be more creative? I mean, we talk about the negative sides of this. How can we promote the reliable, positive information, news information, to combat, in a way, lies and disinformation? And how can that be lifted up? I know we have the Secretary General here of the Reporters Without Borders. They have taken a very important initiative, I think, which is called Journalism Trust Initiative. And this is a method of how we can have a system of giving you and me trustworthy and more reliable information. And I think this is a good way of going. And could we also oblige the social media platforms to do more of this? To focus also on reliable, positive news to help people, actually. We also had a big hackathon in Strasbourg where we had young people from all over Europe, and we challenged them on this issue about disinformation and what were their views. How would they tackle this? And we also had some experts there, and one of the concrete examples and recommendations they made was, do we need maybe also a new convention perhaps on disinformation and foreign influence that can bind all governments and bring all governments together? That was one of the issues.
Thank you.
And also the Convention on the Right to Information is essential today, I think, and this is related to what I already said.
So there are many other ideas around this, but I think this is such a fundamental issue, and we need a multi-stakeholder approach to this. It's not enough that government sits and discuss this among themselves. We need to have all the users, the academics, the young people, the researchers, the main providers themselves, the main actors themselves.
Thank you so much for lifting that up again. The multi-stakeholder approach, of course, a core tenet to this conversation. Thank you so much, Birger, and for lifting up also the work that Reporters Without Borders is doing. We're going to also come back to you in our next question, Thibaut. But to round off this question, how would you respond, Minister Jaffrey, in 3 minutes? Sorry.
It's okay. So from a policy perspective, I think scaling the adoption of emerging technologies responsibly is crucial. So first of all, it's important that emerging technologies do not reproduce or even strengthen inequality and discrimination. We have, unfortunately, seen examples of technologies that maintain biases and discrimination, such as facial recognition systems that cannot detect people of color, or algorithms that reproduce gender biases. So the tech companies need to be very careful of the many ways they can ingrain deep-seated prejudice in society into their technologies. This is also a part of combating disinformation. A part of strengthening resilience to disinformation campaign is an inclusive and a just society. This facilitates trust, stability, and the abilities of citizens to take part in an open and informed public discourse. It's also crucial that technologies do not undermine human rights, such as the freedom of speech, when they aim to mitigate disinformation.
Thank you so much for that input, and thank you for answering that question of our panelists. As we move on to the third question, for which we also have 4 minutes each to answer, timekeeping. However, these are such big questions. We truly appreciate the input that you're managing to summarize in these pockets of meaningful conversation. And also, Minister Jaffrey, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. We understand that you have more obligations to take care of today, so thank you for joining us, and a big warm round of applause for Minister Jaffrey. Thank you. Thank you. Lisa Lee, the third question, we'll start with you. There are increasing calls for transparency in algorithmic systems. In your view, what constitutes meaningful transparency? What kinds of transparency practices, technical, operational, or communicative, can help to build public trust?
Thank you. Estonia stands for full transparency. And this is because, as said before, Estonia is a fully digital state. All our government services are digital, and people give their data to government for interoperability. This means we need a huge amount of trust from our citizens to make it fully operational. And we have guaranteed this through the full transparency. People can check from their mobile phones who has checked their data. You can go to the internet, and you have full picture of who has taken a look on your data, and you can ask why this person had this look on my data. And if he or she didn't have any legal grounds, one gets punished. So everything is fully transparent. Even we have e-voting, and even the voting system is fully open and transparent. So the transparency is the absolutely needed for the trust, but also for whatever controls there might be needed. There's not only from the government side control, but also the society itself. So we definitely stand for full transparency also by the media companies, because what you very rightly said, this is a public space, and it has to be fully transparent. This is the only tool with which we can guarantee that there is no way for discrimination or other bad things, and also misinformation. Of course, it's much more tricky if we are thinking of machine learning and things like this. So, but again, we have to find ways how also this is fully transparent to everybody. And all the arguments against it, like there are business purposes, etc., we wouldn't agree. So we have a real experience how the full transparency helps for trust.
Thank you so much for your response to that. I'm going to go over to Monsignor Ruiz to answer the question, the same question, increasing calls for transparency in algorithmic systems. What kind of transparency practices, technical, operational, or communicative, do you think can help to build public trust? Please go ahead.
Well, accessibility to code, sources, system architectures is the first answer, because it is knowing what it does and how it does. But we need also to know the planning, the implications, consequences, interrelationships, and also the vision of the future. It's necessary because this aspect can clarify the why and the how of these technologies. We cannot have a partial view of the present. We need to know the genesis and development in order to evaluate the trust of the systems. Precisely because a system acts in a systemic way, interrelated way, it is necessary to know the other actors that make it up. The presentation of the system must be accompanied by the ability to understand it, interpret it, which require knowledge and in the same dimension as the person that produced it, for equality, to understand the language. But there is another aspect, that of the possibility of moderation. The moderation must involve the participation of the government in a hand, and in the other hand, all institutions that represent the collective, the society, and have the appropriate authority to do it. The development of the system that shape the society and also the culture, as I said before, cannot be autonomous business model and activities, because the whole society, culture, and also the present, the future, and also the design of the humanity are a res publica, that means society for all, that need to active contribution of those who receive the services.
Thank you, Monsignor, for your contribution. We truly appreciate that. And then with that same question, I would like to hand the word to you, Mr. Thibaut-Bruton. What would be your response?
Well, I think we have to acknowledge where we are. And it's obvious that today, disinformation is not like a downside of tech companies. In our perspective, there is a massive disruption of the way the public conversation is happening. So there is disinformation, and anybody can actually put what it wants in disinformation. These are like words that we need to better define. What we see are lies, propaganda being spread intentionally by actors with the complicity either willingly or unwillingly of some of the tech companies. I'm just giving you an example. For example, between Christmas and New Year's Eve, I was on holidays and I received a video where I was presented. It looked like a very legitimate legacy media video spreading on TikTok, which explained that I had committed suicide. I had not. I was alive. I'm still alive. But this was spreading on X. And how is that possible that after claiming that it was false, after giving my identity, providing all the information, this video is still on X? So that's why I think we need to revise the pact that is uniting these tech companies with the civil society and the governments. We owe transparency to the public, But I'm afraid I disagree with media literacy as being one of the main solutions. I mean, the choices need to be made up front. We need to have a systemic change within the way we relate to this digital space. And when talking about transparency, we need to be clear about the fact that it's not about chasing the bad. It's not about taking down propaganda, which can equate censorship to some extent. It's about also promoting the good, about rewarding journalism worthy of that name. Because what is a conversation worth if it's not based on facts? And media are not perfect. News media are not perfect. I'm never going to say that. But still, they are the closest attainable version of the truth. And we need to reward that by the algorithm. So that's why at RSF, we do champion a must-carry provision, which means that tech companies should onboard necessarily news content identified as such. But also they should go further. They should give due prominence, an increased visibility to news content that show a responsible and ethical use of journalism. And they need also to reward them financially by neighboring rights and appropriate moderation. If you go to Ukraine, for example, and you see the number of content that's taken down and that is labeled as propaganda or in infringement of users' rights and terms of use, it's insane. It's not the journalism content that is not compliant with terms of use. It's the world. Yes, when you report about wars, you need to show bodies and you need to show like war scenes and so on. So we need to have a media exemption, a news media exemption that truly reflects what we need in a public conversation. And governments that are strong enough and good-willing enough to engage in that direction, I think they can only prepare for the future of a restored public conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response to that. Lisa, over to you in the last 3 minutes remaining. Thank you.
Do I think transparency is important? Yes. Should I yield my time? No. First, I am incredibly sorry there was a video created of you, and I hope that we took it down in a more timely manner than X.
It was not on TikTok.
Oh, excellent.
X.
Okay, well, I have no comment about that one. So yes, as to transparency. I agree with Monsignor, though, that it can't just be transparency. It needs to be meaningful transparency that people understand. Algorithmic systems are not magic, they're math. But if you don't have a sufficient understanding of that math, you're not going to understand what our disclosures are. My 15-year-old daughter is somewhere in the audience here, and every time she downloads an app, I get a notification asking if she can download it. And I have to go read a 40-page privacy policy. I'm not sure that's really meaningful transparency. So what we've been trying to do at TikTok is figure out ways to communicate to everybody who uses our platform how the algorithm works. And so we tell people what the signals are that the algorithm relies on, and we tell them in plain English so that you don't need to be a mathematician. You can actually understand that if you're engaging with videos, if you're liking videos, if you're sharing videos, if you're commenting on videos, those are the signals that our system is going to use. And of course, it's more complicated, and we give a lot of examples in it. But that is step one of transparency, is to make sure that it is meaningful transparency about how the system works. For us, step two is reporting on that transparency. Are there fake videos created that were posted that should not have been posted? How long did it take for us to get them down? How many of them did we take down? How did we identify it, or did somebody else identify it? And all of that information we produce voluntarily on a quarterly basis, and we do it in a machine-readable format so that people who are researchers trying to study changes quarter over quarter can download that information and compare trends across the different graphs to help better inform public policy. And the third and final thing that I think is so important is that we want to make sure that we are giving people tools that allow them to have transparency about their experience. At TikTok, we give them content controls so that they can manage topics. They can use keyword filters. They can say they're not interested. They can refresh their algorithmic feed. These are all ways that people can control their For You feed and their own algorithmic experience on TikTok. And finally, we have touched on media literacy, but to the point of videos that put up false information, I think it's important that at TikTok we have prompts that discourage people from sharing content that may be unverified. We label content created with AIGC. And we try to put forward authoritative sources in resource centers, partnering with credible fact checkers to make sure that we are getting people searching for harmful health misinformation, access to accurate and reliable health information. And with that, once again, I have a time is up sign.
That's right, Lisa. We know we cut slightly into your time. There's anything you want to add in a minute or so before we go to the next question? Lisa?
For me, these are complex issues. They are tough issues, and the platforms are not a monolith. I don't know, as we're designing systems, that we're able to do much without a lot more research and a lot more tools. And so we are here and we are committed to partnering with everybody in this room and to having those conversations, for getting constructive feedback, for hearing suggestions on how to improve, and working to implement those. And I'm really excited to continue that conversation.
Thank you so much for that. Bjorn, we'll come back to you, and we're hopefully going to have time for everybody to give a short closing comment, but we're going to go to the next question, and then you are able to also respond. I just wanted to give Lisa a fair amount of time that everybody else also on the panel had, and try and be a good timekeeper as well, and fair in all. So the next question that we're going to go to, that we're going to ask you to respond to, is how can governments and tech companies and media and civil society work together to foster public resilience against information manipulation in digital ecosystems? There may be some overlap, but we're going to ask you to answer the questions. Again, it's 3 to 4 minutes. Ms. Lisa Pacosta, to you.
Thank you. As you mentioned that the governments could have a good control, and then you gave an example of how the pictures, real pictures from Ukraine, are not allowed in social media because they include dead bodies. If there is anybody left in the world who still believes that Russia is a democratic country, then we have an issue with misinformation anyway, and we had it actually beforehand, also before the social media. So there are governments that are very much interested in to the whole control of the information that is out there. And this is the value also why we have gathered here, to find the ways how to protect our democracies, how to protect our values, how to protect free speech in the era where I do not agree with my own husband always what is allowed to our kids and what is not. We have totally different views sometimes on this fact. So what can governments and non-government organizations do together in the situation where there are some governments who totally want to have a dictatorship control over the citizens, and we have to admit that there is a lot of misuse of non-governmental organizations as well. So at least in Estonia, we see that some of them are fully financed by an aggressive country, Russia, and they do not operate as a non-governmental organization should. So we have a lot of issues around these questions as well. But if we have democratic government, real non-government organization, and good innovative companies, then this complex can do wonderful things together. So I fully believe in humankind in a positive way, that we find a way out. And I really believe what we also have a lot of experience in Estonia, that really the private companies can have very good innovation that is extremely useful for the governments. So let's work together in this way. But as said, there is a lot of questions around this and a lot of things that are not working well.
Thank you so much for your input, Ms. Pacosta. Lisa, we're going to go back to you for this question. If you would like to respond to that, please.
Line the Lisas up, going down the road. Now, I mean, as I already said, at TikTok, we clearly believe in the multi-stakeholder process, and our partnerships and are just incredibly important to us. We also believe in the importance and the need for experts and for fact checkers. You know, on our partnerships and our collaborators, several of whom I see in the room, I can't thank you enough. These partnerships with civil society and global institutions are critical to the work that we're doing, and discussions like these at IGF are critical to informing our policies and our products. let me just touch briefly on fact checkers. Through TikTok's global fact-checking program, we work closely with more than 20 IFCN-accredited fact-checkers. They are assessing the accuracy of content, and they are supporting informed, responsible moderation decisions. Together, we have more than 20 global fact-checking partners, and they cover more than 60 languages and 100 markets globally. I'm incredibly proud that at a time when other companies are pulling back, we are continuing to lean into this space. We've also started safety and youth councils. So these are our advisory councils made up of independent experts in different parts of the world who know the regions that they are giving us advice about. Sitting in North America, I don't know the right solutions for Estonia. I can't see what's coming around the corner. And so it's critically important that we have these regional safety councils with people who do have that expertise and will bring it to us and share it with us so that we can try to solve problems before they find their ways onto platform. We currently have 10 of these regional councils, including in Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, Europe, Brazil, and we are deeply grateful for the advice of those experts. And finally, we've talked a little bit about election misinformation and disinformation today. And that is an area that we are really working hard on. We have consulted with and launched several different media literacy campaigns ahead of elections specific to the market. We have provided users with trusted information and media literacy resources. For example, in the recent German election, the Electoral Commission actually made a video with information about how to vote and key information for voters, which we then promoted inside the TikTok Election Resource Center, directing people who were searching for information in that market about the election to authoritative information. One new feature I will call out that we've actually recently launched before wrapping, because I see my countdown going. We recently launched Footnotes in April, and this is a new product feature that will give our community more context about content on TikTok. It will draw on the collective knowledge of the community by allowing people to add relevant information to content on our platform. Right now, we are just testing Footnotes in the United States as an intervention. But it's important to note that it is intended to complement, not to replace, our existing content moderation and global community guidelines. Our content moderation and our fact-checking work will continue, with Footnotes adding additional context. So look forward to continuing that conversation as well.
Lisa, thank you so much. Taibot, over to you. How would you answer this question? How can governments, tech companies, media, civil society work together, foster public resilience against information manipulation in the digital ecosystems? And you have 4 minutes to answer the question.
So we need to think ahead and also to build a coalition that goes beyond the sole interest of each actor. I don't believe so much in multi-stakeholderism. I mean, every time you put people around the table and they represent, like governments should not sit on the same side of a table as tech companies. I mean, governments are here to govern, and legislators to make laws, and we should not too much mix all that. The Forum on Information and Democracy that RSF created, for example, is a civil society-led organization feeding legislators and regulators and governments. And I think we should really organize the conversation. That being said, my message to tech companies is clear. Preempt legislation. Do good. Provide due prominence to news media worthy of that name. Do take into account, as a signal of authority, the Journalism Trust Initiative that Borgbrende mentioned earlier, which is a standard endorsed by about 2,000 media from 130 countries. Governments should not be afraid of regulating and legislating. We need to have policymakers understanding that their responsibility is to build the framework, not to go into the nitty-gritty details of everything happening in the media field, but really building these frameworks that enable media to flourish. Media themselves need to reflect. They need to reinvent themselves. They are facing the Gen AI move, and they've frankly not done a great job at facing the digital disruption of the early 2010. So I think it's important to try and gather around what is the added value of journalism. And finally, I'd like to put the emphasis on the ecosystem in which the news media operate. I mean, it's more than the media and the tech and government and citizens. There are also like a multiplicity of actors. I'm especially thinking of advertisers who have decided, and it's their right, to relocate most of their advertising, about 80%, towards tech companies. They have totally fled the legacy media field to some extent. And maybe tech companies can provide them with a granularity, a brain time of the people that the news media has never been able to provide. But is it quality? And is it also a democratic responsibility to shift totally towards digital? I think they need to reflect on that.
Thank you so much, Taibot, for that answer. Coming over to you, Mr. Bjorn Berger, what is your response to that question and in the 4 minutes that we have?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for raising that question because, you know, the issue of coming together and work together is essential in really addressing these type of fundamental challenges. And a lot of this we are discussing also goes really to the core of what are really our fundamental rights as citizens and human beings, and coming together, there's some good news I want to mention here in this sense, and together with the European Union, with the United States, with Australia, New Zealand, with academic researchers, with civil society, with the industry itself, with the actors themselves, the Council of Europe has now agreed and concluded a new international treaty on artificial intelligence and human rights, democracy and rule of law. The first international treaty of its kind. And why do I say this? Because it brings certain obligations. And one of them is directly related to what we're discussing here, is of course, there's a specific reference to digital literacy and skills, and an obligation for countries and with the assistance of others to promote that. And I also referred earlier to the guidance note that we have issued to all 46 European countries on this. This also goes into concrete action to support fact-finding organizations and ensure their independence and also that they can operate transparent and also have the ability to continue sustainably or over time to do what they are doing. It addresses issues about such as platform governance, and here it's important that you have this human rights aspect part of the design. There's a compliance to that. And also how you can, an obligation also how we can go in and limit activities or accounts or moderate or remove them. But again, here we have to be careful also because we have to respect principles of proportionality, but also it should be a last resort. We all are strong believers in freedom of expression, so this is really important. It's about a commitment of how we can give users more empowerment and how we can build resilience. And altogether, it's about how states, platforms, and media come together and ensure reliable and quality information.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You wanted to wrap up with a sentence? You have 15
just
seconds.
really, I mean, this is not like an app you can load down. I mean, this is a social contract. This is a contract where we come together and we want to address this issue seriously.
Thank you so much. We will have the opportunity, because we have been really good with time. I want to thank the panel that after we get an answer from Monsignor Ruiz, we will have a couple of minutes to give some final remarks. So I ask you to reflect on that and see what are going to be the parting words that you would like to leave our audience with, our local and global audience as well. And to pose the question to Monsignor Ruiz, how can governments, tech companies, media, and civil society work together to foster this public resilience against information manipulation in digital ecosystems?
Well, first of all, I think that the government, technology companies, media is one part, but I think that all the educational institutions, academics, other institutions that make up the society need to take part. Institutions that in various ways represent and act on behalf of the community need to take part. In other words, everyone must participate and take interest, not to be just consumers, but be architects of their own life. How to do it? In one hand, with the legislative way, because it's the way to promote for everybody, and also to accompany and control, because also it's necessary to do it. But also mobilizing the education to accompany all the society to walk with the culture. We have an experience in the Holy See that is the Rome to Call Ethics. That is a paper made in February 2020 that is a call to reflect in 3 ways: ethics, education, and right. And we invite the different states and also institutions to sign in order to be together thinking about this culture. The first to sign was Microsoft, IBM, also Italy, no? to participate in this thing. And we had in this paper 6 points to reflect. That was the transparency, inclusion, accountability, impartiality, reliability, and security and privacy. And that means that all together in the same table, we are thinking about how to apply really in the facts, no? Proposing the algorithmics. That means is the ethics inside the algorithms. That is a concrete case how we can do as government and governance change the reality or accompany the change in reality.
Thank you so much, Monsignor Ruiz. We truly appreciate your input and your response to that question. Now, we do have some good time left, so I would like to invite our panel to really give your final messages and just to share what you would like the audience here, the global audience, to take away from this conversation, whether it is an insight, an inspiration, a call to action. What would you most like the audience to take away from this, and what is your final message on this? So we'll start with you again, Liza Lipa-Costa.
Thank you. I will pick up from Mr. Ruiz the expression that everybody should be the architect of one's life. And the question what we are discussing here actually is that, if some architects are used to build stone houses, or Norway has wonderful old wooden houses, but then there will be spread an information on social media that it's a good idea to build hay houses. And they won't stand there. Everybody knows who knows something about architecture, but it becomes a social phenomenon, which is actually bad for many people. This is the issue that we are discussing here. So who would be the good guy to say that this is not a good information, and what would be the administrative or ethics run by the companies to take it down as quickly as possible so that it would not be harmful for many people, maybe only for some. So the question, how we find good solutions that are not dictatorship governments taking down all the freedom of speech, and that is not the regulations that take down the information that we spread about the war in Ukraine. Or maybe there are some new brilliant ideas. Maybe somebody has invented a good way to build hay houses that actually are better than wooden houses or stone houses. So I really believe that we as humankind can globally find good solutions, although we do not know very many good ones at the present moment. But we have to act together, especially the democratic countries have to act together to find these solutions.
Thank you so much, Lisa Lee. And just for our panelists to know that you have 4 minutes to answer this question. Is there anything you want to add before we go over to Taibot?
Yeah, thank you for this possibility.
So you have one more minute.
Trust is the main thing. And I started with education. Estonia is the first country in the world where we start AI-driven education from 1st of September this year. So we will experiment a lot, but what we really believe is that people have to have the knowledge. It's not only the media literacy, but it's also the literacy of how we live in this technological world, so that we would be the best users of technology, also of the AI. And I'm absolutely certain that in this way, that we are open for education, we are open for innovation, we can beat all the bad things from the technology side, we as human beings.
Thank you so much for those parting words. Taibot, what would be your message here, your takeaway, your message that you want to leave, as well as a call to action?
Maybe I think it's important to understand that we need to put ourselves in solutions mode. And it's obvious that if you are an expert in problem, the more complicated the problem is, the happier you are. When you are an expert in solution, you need to find, easy tasks that you can perform in order to succeed. And we obviously are facing a moment in the history of societies where we have to ask ourselves, what is the model of societies we want? Do we want to leave the digital space to private interests? Do we want to leave it open to propaganda? Do we want the public conversation to be destroyed maybe, and the ability to keep civil concord as a reality? Obviously, this is a very political choice in the most political or the most interesting sense of a meaning of the world politics. That's a solution and a question that we have to ask ourselves collectively, because nobody is totally entitled to make that choice. Governments, citizens, not users, must make that decision. And the very end question is, do we want a public debate based on facts? Or is any fact another opinion? We do face today, globally, an offensive which is largely triggered from the United States of America to try and present freedom of expression as being endangered by journalism. This is totally preposterous. You can have both freedom of expression and freedom of the press. And it's actually the meaning of the First Amendment in the US Constitution. So let us not be confused by some of the preposterous statements made currently, which are just an expression of what is the interest of those who want deregulation. Freedom of expression is not survival of the fittest extended to the public conversation. We need to be very clear about that. If we're not, I'm totally okay with people voting about it, but I don't think it's the interest of the majority to have a total deregulation of the public space that just favors those who can pay, who that speak the loudest. That's not how we have structured societies in the past. So let us be careful about not taking away any rights to anyone, and to preserve freedom of expression and freedom of the press. There is no contradiction between the two, and people that want to make you choose between one or the other are just people that have an interest in just selecting one and not the other. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution there, Taibot, and for a powerful message as well. So, Lisa, over to you. What would be your takeaways that you want our local and global audience to take away? What would be your call to action, or something you'd like to share?
Yeah, I guess I'll close with a reflection on the topic of this panel. As a reminder, we were here to talk about ensuring human rights and resilient societies in the age of technology. From an industry perspective, I think that the only way that the digital space can be fun, entertaining, and useful for all of us is if we carefully consider the balance. And by the balance, I mean the balance between the rights of the people who are using technologies, staying that human-centered focus and design on the rights of the people, balancing that against the safety of the community online, and also building resiliency in the technology itself to new threats. And when I say building resiliency to new threats, I mean those threats that have always existed in society and with new technologies, but that emerge differently in the digital space, and that they can manifest very quickly. We need to continue to do those three things: rights, safety, and resiliency in the design of all of these online systems. And frankly, that's a job for all of us on this stage. It is a job for civil society, it's a job for industry, for governments, for other experts. And we are only going to succeed if we work together in whatever format, whether multi-stakeholder or sitting at your round tables. But if we work together to get the best ideas in one place, and to agree on those ideas and to drive them forward. You know, at TikTok, we are committed to doing our part to help protect our community. We remain committed to fighting harmful misinformation through strong policies and enforcement, and our continued work with more than 20 global fact-checking organizations, again, that cover more than 100 markets in 60 languages globally. And we're also aiming to empower people by connecting them to authoritative information. We label unverified content. We partner on media literacy campaigns that help people think critically about the content that they're engaging with online. And I hope that our team, we have several people here this week, I hope we can connect with all of you while we are here on the ground. If you have not had a chance to drop past our booth, I hope you will do so. We have more information on all of these efforts, and we have a team that would be delighted to connect, to answer your tough questions, and to help build the internet that we all want for tomorrow. That's why I have my 15-year-old daughter here with me today, to be quite candid. She is the North Star that I bring to all of my work. Do I want to make sure that TikTok is a place where both my 15-year-old daughter and my 80-year-old father, who has different digital literacy issues, can both examine and engage with the world around them and do that well. And I thank everybody here for helping us do that.
Lisa, thank you so much for that, that contribution. We truly appreciate it. And also, Birger, before I go on to you, Bjorn Birger, I just want to mention that Monsignor Ruiz has also expressed a wish to impart some messages in Spanish. So I'm going to, if there is still a need to do that, if you would like to, there is a headset on every chair. I will leave it up to you, but before we get to you, so there is a headset on every chair. If you want to take it up, there are channels. You just find the English channel, 126, and then you have the opportunity to do so if you would like to. So I'm just going to encourage the audience to do that. We have a couple of minutes before we get to Monsignor Ruiz. You can, of course, express it in English for our panel as well. But if there is messages you want to add in Spanish, we give you the opportunity to do so. Everybody has a headset. These are the channels. This is the on button, and you find the English channel. But so just to know, there is the possibility. Now, for the final remarks from you, Mr. Birger, what is your takeaway that you want to leave the audience with? Is there a call to action? Over to you.
Oh, thank you. Let me maybe start with what also the Estonian minister has mentioned here, and this is really essential and very important. There is a cyber war ongoing right now, and we are the subjects, the targets of massive Russian propaganda, misinformation, fake news. And of course, this needs to be combated in every way we can. I mean, this is essential. Secondly, disinformation has become a more growing threat to our democracies. And we referred to it earlier also about, it even goes to the core of a democracy, which is the election, and how elections are being manipulated. And also with generative AI, it's making it even faster and cheaper and harder to control. So what we really need is a stronger intergovernmental cooperation and clear, enforceable legal standards to confront the threat, and not these type of patchwork fixes or after-the-fact reactions, but something robust, future-proof rules. And these must be grounded in human rights and designed for global relevance. At the same time, I believe we must work across borders, sectors and disciplines to counter disinformation and foster public resilience. Because no single actor can fix this alone, but it's only together we can create a more resilient information space and ultimately, hopefully, a democratic digital space where actually facts matter and rights are respected and voices are heard, not manipulated. So maybe these are my final words.
Thank you so much for that. Monsignor Ruiz.
Final message. Well, we are in the really amazing time. A challenge time for everybody. Well, for this reason, I think that first, we need always seek the place of the human person. That must be always in the center. Second is to promote the person, all person and the whole person. Third, help this deeply cultural process to be a process for everyone, made by everyone. And finally, involve people to be not a user, but a part of the life and the culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Monsignor, for your contributions. Thank you also for all our panelists and your contributions in this very important conversation. We thank you so much. We have really come to the end of the discussion here today, and powerful calls for action and messages that have come from our panelists. We thank you also to you, our audience, who've been here, and also to those of you globally who are watching for your attention as well. And I would like us also now just to say a very big thank you to our panel. If we would give them a warm round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And to our panelists, and just before we have a group photo that we're going to have, I would also like to invite all of our audience, those of you locally and those of you globally, back here tomorrow in this main plenary hall. We're going to be having a number of sessions this entire week by the sessions here in the conference room presented by the host country Norway for the IGF 2025, very proud host country. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow as well. Conversations like the one we had today, where we take a deep dive into the challenges and the opportunities really facing society in these times today. So we really thank you for your attention, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much to our panelists. I'm going to ask you to stay on stage for a group photo, so we would really appreciate that. And then also to the rest of you, thank you for your time. We will see you tomorrow.